Fox and the United States Golf Association proudly present the 119th U.S. Open Championship from Pebble Beach Golf Links today. Final round coverage. And it's been called a course that heaven designed. Intimidating, mesmerizing. And on this Father's Day, Pebble Beach will be home to another championship finale. An end of a week that's been friendly to some and brutal to others. And isn't that what a U.S. Open is all about? Weeding out the field until we have just a few left, battling it out on Sunday to see which name will join a short list that includes Jack, Tom, and Tiger. It's exactly what we have today. A group trying to change the course of their careers, add to their legacy, or possibly make U.S. Open history. For 3 days we've watched, we've reacted, we've cheered, and we've groaned. And today we get to sit back and enjoy the final chapter as this championship concludes. And it has been a Pebble Beach that has been calm all week. And you see winds down again. 55 degrees has been the norm for the 3 days of this championship, and it's around that temperature again today. The sun is supposed to peak out right around noon. It could get cloudy again later in the day. And Tiger Woods sits 11 shots back. Will go at 2:56 p.m. Eastern. Alongside Mark Leishman, has just struggled to get any momentum at Pebble, where he was so dominant 19 years ago. The players that are in contention include Gary Woodland, 0 for 7 with 54-hole leads in his PGA Tour career. Has been on cruise control this week. Justin Rose birdied the last on Saturday. He's just 1 shot back. Koepka, Reavie, Louis Oosthuizen, those are the players that you think would have a chance. Each of the last 20 U.S. Opens, the champions have come within 4 of the lead entering the final round. And as we cruise through this leaderboard, just a reminder, largest comeback in a U.S. Open, it was Arnold Palmer, was 7 back in 1960. Started out aggressive, drove the first green to Cherry Hills, and then the rest was history. You see Brandon Wu there, the amateur. He'll be playing alongside Dustin Johnson. He was supposed to graduate today from Stanford. Instead, he's playing a U.S. Open with the #2 player in the world. So, you know what? I think that diploma can wait. You see Francesco Molinari has struggled since the collapse at Augusta National, but has played solid this week at Pebble. There is Ricky Fowler in his standard orange on Sunday. He was really, really impressive on Thursday. A 66, was 11 shots worse on Friday. Looks like Ricky will have to wait until Northern Ireland for possibly that first major championship. We will go to some live play. This at the first. Jordan Spieth for a quick birdie, joined by Brad Faxon. Brad, you know these greens oh so well, and this is where you can get at these first few holes.
Well, this is a slider. Spieth's been struggling up and down with a putter all week long. Beautiful iron shot in there for Jordan Spieth. He was the 11:01 tee time with Sergio Garcia, so big crowds already.
Putt again. Just thought it was going to dive, and it didn't.
Shane, we almost don't need to have commentary when Jordan Spieth's out there. He does it all for himself. Boy, weren't expecting that. Went through his full routine, and Matt missed a 2-footer straight back up the hill. Not a great way to start any round. Oh, surprising watching that.
Go up to the second. Martin Kaymer.
This par 4 turned into a par 4 for the USGA for the U.S. Open. 523 yards. It's a par 5 during the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. That's more than a nice shot. Look at this. Kicking for a 3.
U.S. Open champion 5 years ago at Pinehurst in dominant fashion. And we'll go to 18. Michael Thorbjornsen, second youngest player to ever make the cut in U.S. Open. He's 17 years of age. Struggled on Saturday, but it doesn't matter. That is great to see such a youngster enjoying his week around Pebble Beach. Welcome into our broadcast booth. I mentioned Brad Fax, an 8-time PGA Tour winner. And Brad, you have played in plenty of U.S. Opens around Pebble Beach. The leaders are a while out getting their final round going. You've looked at the whole locations. You've seen the conditions out on the golf course. What do you expect to see compared to the first 3 days?
Well, it's interesting. There's about 11 hole locations on the right side of the greens. It's a little out of balance. If you like to fade it in there, it might help some of these guys. We know Koepka likes to fade it. Woodland likes to fade it. These guys are going to have to be careful, too. They're going to have to make some 20-footers for birdie because you can't get close to them. It's going to be exciting. Some of the hole locations we've seen in the past here. Tom Kite's chip-in hole location on 7 when he holed it out in 92. Tom Watson when he holed out on 17. It's back in the left there. And 18 is kind of in the opening on the left side, so players that can get to that green have a chance to make an eagle on the last. But I do want to say congratulations. Happy Father's Day to you. June 4th. Henry Bacon was born to you and Cindy. I know this is the first one. It means a lot.
Yeah, it is a special day. Happy Father's Day, of course, to you and everybody out there. And Brad, I want to ask, just as we look at this leaderboard, I mean, we're going to talk a lot about Gary Woodland. We're going to talk a lot about Justin Rose. There's some big-named players that are going to have to chase today, and they're going to have to change their mentality as they approach Pebble Beach.
There's no question. All these players know these first 7 holes are the holes where you got to get off to a hot start. And there's 13 players within 7 shots of the lead. And you made that comment that Arnold Palmer did it 7 shots back. So can a player like Rory McIlroy, Louis Oosthuizen, 2 guys that have won majors before, can they get out there and make some noise, start fast here? They're going to have to start fast. And can Koepka make some footsteps that Rose and Woodland are going to hear? You know, he's going for history. It's going to be a great day. Already huge crowds. Phil Mickelson walked by. They're singing him happy birthday. He birdied here on 4. They screams. We can hear him across Stillwater Bay. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, these first 7 holes we've mentioned all week long are where the players can go out and get it. And it's going to be interesting as we watch some of these players come through. Are they going to pull driver on 1? Are they going to go for it on 4? These are the options that they'll be allotted and allowed as they get their final round underway. Other announcers this morning with us, Brett Quigley will be out with Sergio Garcia and Jordan Spieth. You saw Spieth miss that short one for par at the first. Steve Flesch gets Tiger and Mark Leishman. Joel Klatt has been conducting interviews all week for us. Gil Hanse, a great addition to the team each and every year. And David Fay here for rules and editorial. And I will just give you a little hint, maybe some history just a little bit later. This last time we were here at Pebble Beach, Viktor Hovland dominated the U.S. Amateur. He was trailing in exactly 1 hole over the course of the entire match play. Made the cut, plans to turn professional next week, and he is trying to tack on another low-am. He was low-am at the Masters, Brad.
Well, listen, he has Coach Alan Bratton from Oklahoma State there on the bag like he was last year at the U.S. Amateur. And I had my dad caddy for me in 1983. It was my last amateur tournament, and we made the cut. It was the coolest thing to have my father on Father's Day, so happy Father's Day, Dad. And Victor's going to turn tomorrow. He's going to get on a plane to go to Connecticut and play in the Travelers Championship. His life is going to change, and we're going to see a lot of this young man in the future. All-around game.
He's even par for the championship. We'll go from 1 AM to another. Chandler Eaton. This to get to even as well.
And Shane, here's a good example of the whole location on the right here on number 3, the short dog leg left, par 4. Imperative to be in the fairway here if you want to get it anywhere close to this whole location. Tucked right up against the bunker. It'd be interesting to see, too, on these the first few groups that we're watching, if the ball's taking a bigger bounce than it has. All the players have said the conditions have firmed up as the week's gone on.
You see Brandon Wu there, just finished his schooling at Stanford, and he's going to wait to turn professional. You see so many of these young players immediately turn pro. He wants to make the Walker Cup team at Royal Liverpool later this summer, so he's going to maintain his amateur status for a bit, and he is having himself a fine championship. You see tie for 17th. We'll go out with Dustin Johnson. We'll go to 14. Marcus Schindhold, a 22-year-old from Sweden, has the low round on the golf course going. He's 4 under today.
And this whole location is one of the tough ones. This is on the left, just over the front edge. It flows away from the golfer over that bunker. That's a difficult bunker shot for Schindhold.
Go to the 6th. Bryson DeChambeau for eagle here at the par 5.
Well, he's made it there. A long putt breaks to the right at the end, and I really like what the setup looks like today. Both 6 and 18, very accessible hole locations. Chance to make an eagle, like DeChambeau.
At the start you want, that's the start you can get. Speaking of starting, it will be Rickie Fowler getting going in just a few. We'll be right back. But nobody's ever mistaken me for a meteorologist. We shall see. Back on the first tee, you see the man in orange, and you know who that is as they're getting set for their final round.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11:23 starting time. Please welcome from Murrieta, California, Rickie Fowler.
'66 to start, 77 on Friday, 71 on Saturday. He sits at +1.
From Spokane, Washington, Alex Prue.
.34-year-old Alex Prue playing in his second U.S. Open championship. His first coming all the way back in 2007. You see at Oakmont, missed the cut there. So this will be his first Sunday at this national championship.
Shot.
Go here to the 2nd. And Sergio Garcia has this for birdie. Brett Quigley down following Sergio and Jordan Spieth.
And Sergio hit a wonderful 7-iron in here just behind the hole. This should be a pretty quick putt. Really not much to it. Nice to get off to a birdie start here on the 2nd and really get running to try to take a low round to the house.
Second hole playing much easier today. We've seen already more birdies today than we saw all of yesterday. Go to the 14th. Schindhold's 4th, and he'll try to save his par.
Well, that's a heck of a shot there, Shane. The players can only see the top of the flag, and got that up there just where you need to make an easy tap in.
Go back to the 2nd, and Jordan Spieth has this short one for par.
Saw him miss that short one on the first. He sometimes gets that butter go shut back on the inside and twists it underneath and hits a lot of pulls like he did on the first hole.
I just want to say, you guys look sharp. Really, really sharp. We'll go to 7. Colin Morikawa.
Totally different hole location today, Shane. Back in the right corner. There's a familiar big bounce, but the players early out have been able to control the speed. Yesterday with the hole location just on the front at only 98 yards, it was almost impossible for the late groups to get it anywhere near close. And you got to challenge the little neck of the green that comes out right in front of the hole location.
Over at the 1st, this is Rickie Fowler's 3rd.
Well, we've seen a huge cost of rough here when the players miss the fairway, costing over a half a shot. They're using the contour nicely out of the rough. Look at this ball come back down. You know, you get the help of the the contour of the green here as it brings us back to the flagstick. But again, if it stays out to the left, you got that downhill tricky putt that we saw Jordan Spieth miss from 8 feet.
Go to 15. Shin holds second. Won his first European Tour title this year. Birdied his last 2 holes to win the British Masters. Mentioned just 22 years old. And this is his second major championship.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Shane, this is going to be one of the easier hole locations for the players. A little shelf there, you can keep it underneath there, a low spot. And here, Horschel saw Sergio Garcia make a birdie, 318-yard drive for Garcia. And there's another one-handed shot by one of the players. It's hanging in. See if that gets the slope.
Not there.
Yeah, pretty good shot, Billy, for one hand. Looks like an Alex Rodriguez follow through. Oh, couldn't we all hit it that well, one-handed, Shane?
Hole location here has been friendly thus far. Horschel will have a kick in.
Certainly Lee has been one of the most influential and inspirational players in the history of the game. And Brad Faxon, I know that you spent an awful special day right here at Pebble Beach with Lee Elder.
Well, it was amazing, Joel. In 1984, my first year on the PGA Tour, one of my first PGA Tour events, I got paired in the final round with Tom Watson and Lee Elder. And boy, I followed golf. I knew enough about the barriers that Lee Elder broke down. And I'll tell you, ever since I played that day with Lee Elder, every time I see him since, he's come up to me, asked me how I'm doing, always remembers our day together. And he's been a great friend and advisor to Tiger Woods, who we're watching right now warm up. And I'll tell you what, he's been a fantastic guy to be around, always smiling whenever I see him. And Lee, congratulations on the Bob Jones Award.
Lee Elder played his lone U.S. Open championship at Pebble Beach in 1972, finished T29 that week. And you mentioned Bobby Jones, Brad. Bobby Jones first came here in 1929. And of course, this year, the green jacket belonged to Tiger Woods. Sergio Garcia able to take down Justin Rose in a playoff back in 2017 for his lone Masters title, and that his last victory on the PGA Tour for Sergio.
He's got driver out here. Players are still on the green here on 4.
Well, Brad, maybe he's just going to hit a little soft one in there just to kind of remind them they need to keep moving forward.
That's funny, Brad. You can see his card here. Birdie, par, bogey. He hit it in Stillwater Cove yesterday. I think it landed in the water.
Shot.
Yeah, Brad, he was playing with Xander Schauffele. Xander nearly rattled the flagstick with his tee shot, and Sergio's not so much.
That was a perfect place to leave that ball in the bunker, right up the angle to the green. Should have an easy chance to make a birdie.
See players still on the green. Spieth with driver.
And players on the 17th tee, they're looking over there, but
Should we where? Oh, just straight down.
if there's any wind, you can hear them say straight down. But surprisingly, they're still on that green. So maybe, again, just a little reminder to get moving.
Oh, he gets lucky to get out of there. Yep. Risk and now reward. Love watching Jordan Spieth hit this shot. I think, Brett, maybe the little softer, wetter conditions early morning with the mist doesn't let them think they're going to reach the green. And this putt for par by Fowler, about where Jordan Spieth missed his putt for birdie.
That is one wild four.
It's been amazing how many of the top players have hit their tee shots on number one into that right rough. We've seen Justin Rose in there. We've seen Rory McIlroy there yesterday. Dustin Johnson, and now Ricky Fowler. It's hard to get it to the green. That rough is so thick. What a four and what a start.
Showed the 2017 Masters champ. This the 2018 winner at Augusta National. Here at 7, and Morikawa ahead, 3-putted for bogey.
See this using the bottom tee on number 7. Patrick Reed, he must be cold-blooded. He always has a short sleeve shirt on. Never see the guy with a sweater.
At the 15th, Shinholt, short one to get to -5 on the day.
Shane, we said this yesterday. I'm sure the leaders are watching the golf course today to see what conditions look like, what a putt's doing when they're breaking. Look at that flawless card. A lot of threes.
Best round on the course by 2 for Shinholt. Carlos Ortiz back at 7.
That's a great practice drill right there. You see that when he stopped his grip end of the club right at belt high. Takes a lot of strength to do that. Pulls back right next to Reed's putt. Looks like going to give Reed a little read. Give Reed a little read.
Sometimes the words just crash into you, Brad.
They sure did there.
Let's go from one par 3 to another. Martin Kaymer back at 5.
173 with help is playing about 65, isn't it? Yes.
He's heard him say 173, and you see the yards there, 2 of 4. A lot of the Europeans still use meters, and they add like 10%, sometimes 11%. 6 iron. We saw a lot of players hit 8 and 9 here yesterday with the front hole locations, playing 20 yards farther today, actually 18 yards. Nope, 20 yards. And look at this. This will feed back there. This is a generous hole location. There's a lot more places to land it, but if you miss it left, that's a difficult up and down that bunker or anywhere in that rough, straight downhill.
Download the new USGA streaming app powered by Cisco. You can watch the U.S. Open live, relive iconic U.S. Open moments, classic films and highlights, and watch entire final run broadcasts of all 5 previous U.S. Open championships held at Pebble Beach. The USGA app is free and available now on Roku and Apple TV. And this, Reese Enoch playing alongside Kaymer.
It's the same as yesterday, mate.
Okay.
If we get a skip, then it's a bonus, isn't it?
Forget the pin then, yeah?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Reese qualifying for his first U.S. Open championship in that Surrey, England qualifier at Walton Heath.
Watch the bounce. You need the contour of the ball, the ground to kick it to the left. He's lucky that didn't get into the rough or into the bunker.
Well, you heard the cheers back at 4. This was Jordan Spieth's second.
Really almost like a long chip shot there. When his short game is on, there are no equals to Jordan Spieth. Around the green, little low shots, some high shots.
That'd be a little kick in for Spieth to get back the shot he dropped at the first with that 3 putt. See Tiger gonna roll a few more before headed up those stairs across the bridge to the first tee. We'll go to 4 and Sergio. We had no birdies at the 4th. Players that have hit driver yet. It looks like we're going to get 2 from Sergio and Spieth. Here's Bryson at 8 for birdie.
Catches the left edge there, and you can see how short a stroke he made on that putt down the hill on 8. The biggest slopes from behind the green down to the flagstick that we're going to see all day long.
See if Sergio can clean this up for birdie.
And And after a great sand shot there, just underneath the hole, straight up the hill.
Boy, he stayed over that ball for a long time. Looks like he could explode at any second. Spieth made his birdie. Sergio taking some deep breaths, trying to figure it out.
Here at the 11th, Phil Mickelson drove it in the rough, so this is third.
Watch him use the contour here. This will come down to the hole. Said it yesterday, there's probably no players in the course today that have seen Pebble Beach more than Phil Mickelson and Tiger Woods.
Now you go from one guy with the unbelievable short game in Phil Mickelson to one of the best clutch putters in the history of golf in Tiger Woods. Hasn't had it this week on these tough greens. Of course, one of the great challenges at Pebble Beach is these Poa annua greens. And when Brad Faxon speaks of putting, you stop everything and you listen. I don't give you a lot of rules here. That's one of them. Patrick Reed here at 7.
Patrick hit it harder. See? Everybody should listen to that. A lot of slope around the hole there.
At the 16th, Shinholt has this to remain bogey free on his day. Good roll, just wouldn't drop, so he'll go back to 4 under in his final round. And Tiger is heading over to the first tee. Not at the time he wanted, but still here at Pebble on a Sunday. It'll be Woods and Leishman in just a couple of minutes. Phil out early as well, tripled the last hole yesterday after finding the water. This for par at 11. That is a real solid par considering the tee shot from the man that continues to chase this championship at now 49 years of age. He'll have Winged Foot and Torrey Pines.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11:56 starting time. Please welcome from Hobe Sound, Florida, our 2000, 2002, and 2008 U.S. Open champion, Tiger Woods. From Australia, Mark Leishman.
At the voice of Bob Ford, longtime head professional at Oakmont Country Club, now at Seminole in Florida, and was awarded that honor of the first tee starter here at the U.S. Open Championship back in 2017, as long as he wants. And he's done a great job, as always, this week at Pebble.
He was a former Bob Jones Award winner. One of the greatest club professionals that's ever lived, and great player still to this day. Great instructor. When you watch Tiger warm up before a round, one thing he does, he varies the type of practice that he does. You call it random practice. He hits different clubs. He hits different shots with different clubs. He hits them to different targets. He's always moving around. He's trying to simulate his conditions that he's going to get on the golf course. He doesn't just pound 50 wedges in a row or 55 irons in a row.
Let's catch you up on the round of Webb Simpson. This for eagle at 6. 2012 champ pours that in. And now at the 7th for birdie. Bogey at 3 and has turned it around quickly. We'll go to the 3rd and Ricky Fowler.
See how deep that bunker is here on the left side. It's not that tough a shot. You got plenty of room. A generous shot there. You got uphill lie out of the bunker. But if you're going to miss the 3rd green, you better miss it to the left today.
At the 17th, Shinholt. Coming off his first bogey of the day.
And a good look here at 17. 220 yards today. Oh, that got a good fortunate bounce. Watch this caroms off there. The corner and comes back. Some 17 yards longer than yesterday.
Now Ricky Fowler for par at the 3rd.
Nice confident stroke there for Fowler.
We go back over to the 1st at the lie of Tiger Woods. Steve Flesch will be following these two.
Hey, marshals, can you guys scoot up against the ropes, please? Marshall. Both of them, thank you. Good? Yeah, 42 front. Yep, you got it.
Well, Tiger's right up against what their USGA this week's calling their bevel cut, which is just a softening of the primary rough, so it's not just a big wall of rough for the players. He's got 142 to the front, which is kind of the carry number today with the firmness of the greens. 164 all in. Just a 9-iron for Tiger.
Comes up just a little short. And Steve Flesch, I know you're out there following Tiger. You've played plenty of golf in these types of environments with Tiger over the years. What's it like, even when you're not in contention, being alongside the guy that gets the most fans out there?
It is just a whole different atmosphere because it's just such a throng of people. I mean, they are yelling and screaming and all in, cheering on Tiger to shoot low. I mean, they're just out here to watch, you know, maybe not even arguably the best player in the game. And it's a fun atmosphere to be around. A lot of energy.
Leishman, solid 2nd. Leishman, of course, knows what it's like to be with the best in the world, as he is one of them. We'll go to the 17th. Shinholt for a bounce back birdie.
That'll be meaningful about 7:30 tonight. What a 2.
And we'll go to Jordan Spieth here at the 5th as we look ahead at next week on the PGA Tour. The Travelers Championship will be at TPC River Highlands in Connecticut, a place that that Jordan won at in 2017 in that playoff over Daniel Berger. May or may not have made a highlight out of the bunker.
Left center should go in every time, man. Yep.
Then you can hear Jordan say left center should go in every time. That's the play. Definitely. You feel like it breaks more to the water, but you got to keep it inside the hole with this putt.
Good read by Michael Greller there. Nice two.
Over at 12, Phil Mickelson for par missed his tee shot in that front greenside bunker.
Well, that'll be telling later on in the day. If Phil Mickelson, the quality of bunker player that he has, can't get it close to this hole, you don't want to err there.
Back at 1, Tiger's third.
Just like yesterday, leaves it well short. He missed his fairway to the left yesterday, left it in the fairway short of the green, and came up about that same distance. Uncharacteristic right out of the bat. Let's see how his contact looks. Maybe towards the toe. It actually looked like the club face went out on the backswing a little bit in a higher trajectory than I was expecting.
Talk about how Pebble is gettable through 7, and Tiger just unable to do so this week. He's even par of the field, 42 under, and he's going to have to make a tester for par at 1 to avoid doing what he did on Saturday. It will be Leishman for birdie.
This back up the hill, guys, left it underneath the hole about 30 feet. Quite a big break to his right.
Heard Steve Flesh talk about what it's like playing with Tiger. Leishman was paired with Tiger first 2 rounds of the 2018 Masters, shot 75-70 alongside Woods, and now Tiger for par.
Well, Brad, as you alluded to, he left himself pretty much the same putt yesterday for par. You could almost see yesterday when he bogeyed 1, the wind go out of his sails a little bit, knowing that he has to take advantage of these first 7 holes. And this will be 2 days in a row where he irons it off the tee and is struggling to make par.
Yeah, Steve, we just set a graphic about his kind of slow start on these 7 holes. And he hasn't birdied 1 of the first 3 holes yet, and I can see that if he misses his putt, he may lose interest.
Similar putt to yesterday. It looks like it wants to go to his right, but it's awkwardly straight.
Just edged so slowly to the right.
Happy Father's Day, Tiger!
Another bogey 5 to start.
Bogey there for Tiger to start his final round. There's Ches Reavie arriving.
Great day, man.
He will be playing alongside Brooks Koepka today. And for more on Brooks Koepka, let's send it down to Joel Klatt.
All right, appreciate it, Shane, here with David Fay and Ken Brown to get some perspective on what Brooks is trying to accomplish today and where he's been and how he's gotten to this point. Let's talk, first of all, David, about the man he's trying to catch. The only guy ever to win 3 straight U.S. Opens, Willie Anderson. Did it all the way back near the turn of the century, 03, 04, 05. What can you tell us about Willie?
Well, he's a remarkable guy. He was the dominant player. Emigrated from North Berwick, Scotland at age 16. The next year he played in his first U.S. Open and he finished second by a shot. Then he really went on a tear. And as you said, he won 3 in a row. And his first was in 1901 at Myopia. But he was a man of very few words. Imagine a 21-year-old representing all of the players saying, When they were told they had to eat in the kitchen, he said, "We're not going to eat in the kitchen. We're not going to eat in the kitchen." And the Myopia Hunt members erected a tent. But he not only won 4 or 5 U.S. Opens in that tear, but he also won 4 Western Opens. And in 1901, he won the Western Open the week before he won the U.S. Open.
When he was going for 3 in a row in 1905, it was back at Myopia where he won his first, and he won that Open by 2 shots, and he came back from a 5-stroke deficit. Brooks Koepka is 4 back, and Brooks, he traveled the road less traveled in order to get to the PGA Tour and the stardom that he enjoys now.
Yes, it was an unusual way to join the tour. He came over to play in Europe on our Challenge Tour, which is like the Web.com tour, a small little tour that the European players go and play, and you can qualify for the main tour. And he came over in 2012, I think. And in 2013, he won 3 in a row, and he won them really well. He won by 10 and he won by 7. And that got his card for the following season on the European Tour, which is when I first bumped into him in 2014, towards the end of the year. And you could see he had talent. Everyone was talking about him, to see how this lad hits the ball. It goes a country mile. He seems very confident. And it was the final couple of rounds at the Turkish Airlines Open. He was going head-to-head with Ian Poulter on a very nice course. And it was the last few holes I thought, he's bound to feel a little bit nervous. He's bound to play a bit defensively. But he went straight after it. I remember on the 18th, very narrow fairway, big drive round the corner. They had a 4-iron off a hanging line. The pin was on the left side. And I thought, he's going to play safe with this. Went straight at it. And you had that sort of air of presence, I would say confidence. It wasn't cocky, but he had that confidence. He knew he was going to drink. He was trying his hardest to win this tournament, which he did do. He won by 1. And very impressive. Then, of course, the following year, he won on the PGA Tour. So it was a very fast, rapid form to come to join this main tour. But it was his confidence and his aggressive play that really impressed me.
Well, and his younger brother, Chase, by the way, is on that same Challenge Tour. He just finished up a championship in France, and he was on a flight to Spain. He's looking to get to his hotel early, guys, so that he can watch his brother chase down Willie Anderson for potentially a 3rd straight U.S. Open championship.
Yeah, great stuff, guys. A look at Brooks Koepka, who was not a household name at Erin Hills in 2017. Was dominant there in that final round. Then, of course, wins at Shinnecock Hills. Tacks on a couple of PGA championships, including the one at Bethpage Black last month. And all of a sudden, Brooks Koepka has become the best player in the world, without a doubt, as we go to the 2nd and Tiger Woods.
Again, going with 3-wood off the tee and a little fade. A very nice club twirl. A lot of players taking 3-wood out there so they avoid that bunker on the left. That one looks like it would have reached the bunker. More confident with this 3-wood. We'll see a little more loft.
Go to 13, and Phil still struggling to find fairways. This is 3rd.
You know, he's been bragging about how much speed he's put onto his driver. You know, he works incessantly on trying to gain speed, says he's gained up to 10 miles an hour. It's really only about 4 if you look at the stats. But I think it's really hurt his game. I mean, he's nowhere near where he should be in accuracy. Oh, boy.
You hear the happy birthday coming down on Phil Mickelson. Not always been his best day. He hasn't shot in the 60s on his birthday since 2005. So happy, maybe not always the word. We'll go to the 6th, and Sergio Garcia, and that ball stayed up.
And Shane, he's happy he's right-handed, because with Phil's game, no chance of playing that. But as you can see, the grass is closely mown there. It's just an inch left of that is fairway, and a foot right of it is down into a Stillwater Cove. But a good angle with this hole location on the left here. So certainly looking to get it to the front of the green, and with an opportunity for eagle.
Oh, that's a little unlucky there going there. He still can got a little bit of fairway you can run it through. That's not too bad, but if you miss it way left or pin high left today, this is a downhill lie. And when the ball's on the ground, even with a wood, you got to take a divot. Ben Hogan, it's a great old film of Hogan hitting 3-woods off the ground, divots going. Well, that's a great shot there. And that's a tall cliff. It's intimidating. You add that downhill lie, it's easy to hang back on your right foot.
Back at 4, Fowler just off the green for birdie. Flag stick in, flag stick out. Who cares? That one just had one mission and one mission only. Wow. We'll go to 12. Rory Sabatini. Already a highlight here on Thursday.
I'll say highlight too. Nice little draw right up the walkway. Wow. This hole in one was a big fade. Now Tiger second to 2.
6 iron. Wind is at his back. Hole's located in the back right corner. Should fit his shape beautifully.
Well, we saw the tracer there, Steve. That was beautiful. Another one short. We've seen both Tiger Woods and second place Justin Rose leave a few iron shots short.
Did that a lot yesterday too, Brad. Always short.
Go back to 2. Tiger's gonna chip this a moment ago.
You see the collar coming down there off the crown of the bunker. That's pretty tasty right there. Leaves the flag in like you can, and now this putt for par, a little slider to the right.
Just inside 5 feet. Got to be around the left edge.
Now, does that count as a 3 putt if you chip it?
Absolutely. I'm telling you, there is just no energy in Tiger right now.
It's almost looked like from the start of the week that his gait has been slow.
A lot of chaos out here when you're around Tiger Woods with the cameras and the crowds and everything, but when you start like that, it's got to be deflating for him.
Bogey at 1, bogey at 2.
Now at 13, Phil Mickelson, this long putt for par.
Get in the hole.
Well, this is up in this new hole location here, way back in the right, flattened this part of the green out, and it's kind of a funny shot. The second shot, that bunker right in front of the green is blind to the golfer. They don't know it's there.
Over at 1, Jason Day to start his Sunday with a birdie.
Got the speed. Count it. Nice long putt there to start your day. Always makes you feel pretty good.
Up at the 6th, Sergio for birdie.
Gets that one to fall. You need a delicate little shot from the heavy rough right front left of the green. His playing companion Jordan Spieth made birdie as well. He was an inch from being in the hazard there off the tee.
Here's Shinholt at the 18th. This for a par. And how about that? 22-year-old, a 66 to finish, even for the championship. Might be low round of the day when this whole thing wraps up. We'll go to 11. Bryson DeChambeau for birdie.
Identical to where Phil Mickelson was putting for par. They play a lot of practice rounds together. Can't imagine what they talk about.
This a moment ago at the 14th. Aaron Wise, his 4th.
He played in that second to last group yesterday with Louis Oosthuizen. Look at this spin. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. We've heard that great sound of balls hitting flag sticks. For birdies, for pars, eagles, and no putt birdie.
Leishman, tee shot on the way here at 3. Talked about the tough day Wise had, Brad. 79 on Saturday for the youngster.
To run out on the second one.
Just a 3-wood for Leishman around the corner.
What table?
Was it 70?
Yeah.
.256 to cover the bunker. That's right on line with the fairway.
Okay. A little less wind. All right, you got it.
I'd imagine the line Tiger's trying to take it on. It's about 270 to the fairway. I can't tell. It looks like he might have the driver out.
It's a 3-wood, Steve.
Okay.
Wind back at him just a little bit, which helps the player here. Well, that's a nice high ball. See how softly that thing lands. Both players finding the fairway here on 3.
Our leader, Gary Woodland, arriving here at Pebble Beach. His scoring average in his last 7 rounds at Pebble, 67.7, including the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. All smiles for Woodland trying to win his first major championship. And if you haven't seen the feature we ran yesterday from the Waste Management Phoenix Open earlier this year, do it. Just Google it and watch it and have Kleenex close, because it is amazing. Amy sending out well wishes to Gary. You've got this, Gary Woodland. As we go to the 3rd and Tiger Woods.
A gap wedge here. Oh, that's a devious little hole location. Tiger spinning it back towards the hole. That's a pretty good shot.
Go to 7, Sergio for birdie.
Cool view from the back of the green here. Garcia. Another birdie.
Back a hole to 6, Billy Horschel, just to get to -2 for the championship.
He might be very excited to know that Urban Meyer is here, old Florida coach, Ohio State University's coach, now a Fox football analyst.
Head over to usopen.com/VUSO to play in the virtual US Open. Enter and play for a chance to win an epic trip to the 2020 US Open at historic Wingfoot Golf Club. Justin Rose already out preparing. He tees off in 2 hours and 1 minute from now. So he is getting all the practice in.
This is a putting green by the, looks like by the practice area. There's a couple different putting greens where the players can chip and putt. Boy, has he put on a clinic. Look at these numbers. 72 putts. It seemed like every other hole was a 1 putt, whether it was for par or birdie. 23 putts yesterday. Not doing it like he usually does. At Marion, when he won, he hit all the greens and a lot of fairways, scrambling like crazy.
We'll go over to the 3rd, and Tiger has a birdie putt.
I'm not sure that we've seen Tiger putt like this in recent memory, but I just think he's just out of sorts. Stroke doesn't look as confident as normal, but I'm not so sure it's just his reads aren't a little off this week, Brad.
Well, it's hard to imagine that Tiger Woods is misreading putts here at Pebble Beach.
No doubt.
You know, I talked to him earlier in the week on the practice putting green. He was very engaging. You know, he's gone back to his old putter the last year and a half now, an old Scotty Cameron that he used when he won all his majors. It's a light putter. It's D3, and he said he likes to be able to swing it faster. Yeah, that was definitely a misread. Too much pace. He knows something's not going on right.
Hey, Joey, grab a look at this.
He had 25 putts the first day, then 32 Friday, 30 yesterday, and already a 3-putt today.
Stay here for Leishman.
Boy, Mark's hit just good shot after good shot thus far today. This ball spun back a good solid 10 feet. This back up the hill should go a little to his left.
Okay, Mark! I'll finish. Okay.
Be interesting to see if, as the day progresses, we see many putts from right there where he was. What a nice place to go from now Horschel on 7.
I just ain't trust the number.
He said it for us. Yeah, he didn't trust the number. We'll go back over to the 3rd. Leishman trying to just tap this in for par, and saw Phil Mickelson on this green earlier in the week miss one shorter than this, so all the attention here for Leishman.
Yeah, it was a putt shorter than that he actually, you know, cared about. You know, he took his time, went through a routine.
Here over the 8th, Jordan Spieth 2nd.
And not just a 7-iron, down the hill, a little left to right.
That's a good iron shot. Safe side and have a putt for birdie. You saw him hit one too far off the tee down into the water, into the hazard here. Laid up well back there this time.
Now Tiger back at the 3rd. This 4.5 feet for par.
Huh? I think we'll go either way. Back going straight to either way. I don't see much. Okay. I really don't.
I've noticed this week that he's brought Joey in quite a few times to read these second putts, you know, around 4 or 5 feet. I think maybe you do that when you've missed a couple of them, just a little indecision. Any little bit of confidence helps on a read.
Holds that one. Tiger Woods is 4 over par and holes 1 through 3 this week. Hard to shoot good rounds at Pebble Beach when you start like that. Interested to see if he whips out driver coming to 4.
Go to 14. Phil's 4th.
Not a tracking. Awkward right up there against the collar. Still believe Phil has the ability to win out here and win major championships. I think this guy's life will go on for a long time on the golf course. He keeps himself in great shape.
Horschel at 7. Keep it going, Billy Horschel. That moves him to 4 under on the round. All of a sudden, he finds himself tied for 14th in the championship.
39-footer there for Horschel.
Gary Woodland's already here. Rose out on the putting green. Just under 2 hours until the leaders tee off. You see Horschel there. Heck of a start. Has him in the top 20 as he heads to the tough part of the course. Brandon Wu, the amateur, will get Dustin Johnson in just a few minutes. Back here at the 7th with Ricky Fowler. Easiest green to hit today. 90% of players finding the surface. Well done there for Ricky. Well, when Tom Kite arrived at Pebble Beach in 1992, he was the tour's all-time leading money winner, 16 career victories, and the title of best player without a major title. Just a little bit different this year than in 92. You heard 6-iron and 3-iron. And Gil Hanse has now joined us. Gil, it is a hole that has changed over the years around the surface.
It has. And when you think about when you route a golf course, you always sometimes you just get fixated on one golf hole. And I have a feeling that the original architects just locked in on this beauty. And because you think about it, you'd hate to put blind tee shots into a golf course. Well, number 6 has a blind tee shot to get up on the hill to get to number 7, and then number 8 has a blind tee shot to get out of number 7. So this golf hole just sits in there perfectly. And over the years it's evolved. There was some different bunkering. At one point in time there were dunes bunkers that completely encircled the green with sand. I can imagine that didn't last very long because the sand probably just blew away every winter, and so they've developed into this beautiful little target sitting down the hill.
We'll head back to 4. Tiger laid up off the tee. This is second.
Beautiful swing there. And add this to the list of shots short of the hole by Tiger Woods.
1 yard away.
Still not sure why he wouldn't hit driver here with a 2-over start. He's so far back.
Here at 7, Alex Prue has this for birdie.
Was a good putt. As a player, I'd be watching all these players out here. I know you can't stay there too long, but seeing the breaks, seeing the bounces really helps you. And it's something too. We watched Justin Rose earlier on the practice putting green 2 hours before his tee time. A lot of these players like to go out there and go through a routine and just do their checks, their alignments, eye lines. Rose and Woodland both work with the same putting instructor, and they have a certain number of things they do before they get out on the golf course. Phil Kenyon, he teaches a lot of the top players.
Beautiful look here at the 7th.
Yeah, it's the most felicitous meeting of land and sea, they say, in all of golf, and that's that view there is one you don't normally see. I think it's a great shot of the rocky outcropping that green sits on.
Talk about Tom Kite going so long to snag his first major title. Ricky Fowler nearing 40 major starts without a victory. He's been so close so many times. Had that run in 2014 where he finished in the top 5 in all 4 major championships. And it's the burden of popularity, Brad.
It is. And Shane, you know, he hit 16 greens the first day, then only 11 and 9 the next 2 days. I mean, when he's on, he's as good as there is in the world. We've seen that, but he's got this inconsistency to him. And I really think his swing looks a lot flatter to me. For some reason, it looks like it's shallower, deeper than it has been for a long time.
Back over at 4. Tiger pitching this up with his 3rd.
There'll be a 4 here, but so many of the players making birdie here. The easiest par 4 on the course all week long.
Moment ago at the 10th, Paul Casey 2nd from 181.
492-yard par 4. 4th most difficult hole on the golf course this week. And that right front hole location, easier to get at, but closer to the cliffs.
He would go on to make that for birdie. as we look past that group at -7, and of course the 2 in our final pairing. Rory McIlroy at -6 sits 5 back. It'll be interesting to see his approach. We talked a little about Tiger, his decision to be aggressive off the tee. We'll see what Rory does. Will he hit driver on 1? Will he take on 4? Back here at the first, Francesco Molinari.
Oh, beautiful first hop there. Right underneath the hole. That's how to hit an iron.
And a reminder, the 40th U.S. Senior Open first round gets going June 27th. On FS1, presented by Rolex. That will take place at the Warren Golf Course at Notre Dame. Back to the first. Scott Piercy's third.
Uh-oh.
The chip-ins continue.
It's getting boring.
It is definitely not getting boring.
It's unbelievable.
We'll go to the third, and Day for birdie. Saw him pour one in at the first. And again.
That's the start you need to get off to here if you want to make a move.
Steve Williams on the bag this week alongside Jason Day. Of course, was on the bag for Tiger Woods back in 2000. And Tiger won by 15 as we go to the fifth.
204 yards. Just a little bit of helping breeze, not a ton. Tiger's got a 7 iron, guys. It's going to have to get every last drop of this one.
Well, we saw him double this hole the first day when he hit it way left, hit the cart path, and now that's going to be almost impossible to get up and down. We can't wait to see Tigers hit a high flop shot there.
We'll head back over to the first. It'll be Dustin Johnson and Brandon Wu, the amateur. Should be fun to watch these two here at Pebble.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12:51 starting time. Please welcome from Jupiter, Florida, our 2016 U.S. Open champion, Dustin Johnson.
Just been waiting for the putter to heat up around Pebble Beach. Two-time winner here at the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am.
There you go, champion. There you go.
From Scarsdale, New York, Brandon Wu.
Brandon Wu played in the U.S. Amateur here at Pebble Beach last year on that winning NCAA championship team for Stanford. And mentioned he's going to wait a little bit to turn professional in hopes of making the 2019 Walker Cup team.
What a beautiful swing. Well, I respect that decision, stay amateurs. Nothing better than representing your country in the Walker Cup. I played the Walker Cup at Liverpool, 1983 at Hoylake, Royal Liverpool. I'll never, ever forget it. And that's where the Walker Cup is this year for Wu. Experienced links golf, the appreciation of the crowds over there is something different sometimes than you see over here.
Wu supposed to graduate today from Stanford. Instead, he is chasing low amateur honors at a U.S. Open with the #2 player in the world in Dustin Johnson.
My graduation from Furman in '83 was the same week as the Walker Cup, so I missed mine. I was thinking I could wear my cap and gown as a uniform for one of the days.
Go to the 5th and Tiger's 2nd.
It's incredible to me that he would just give up the chance to even try something ridiculous there and play out that safe. Didn't even look like he tried a shot.
Back at 1, Francesco for birdie.
Eight back. I mean, these guys are going to try and shoot the lowest round they can. They know they got to get up to a fast start. Maybe conditions change.
Over at the 7th, Shane Lowry.
Slope. Yeah, that's
Pitching at 95, I think.
yes,
It's a 95 shot.
95 shot. Yeah. All right, target then.
Just in, just left.
Yeah, good.
I can be aggressive enough.
Yeah, 95 shots. Good.
Take it back to 2016. Shane Lowry had a 4-shot lead heading into the final day at Oakmont. He'd go on to shoot 76 and lose to Dustin Johnson by 3.
It's funny, we've seen a lot of shots spin back like that on 4, on 7, but get into the rough, come clawing back. Benign conditions early here at Pebble Beach.
Back at 5, this for par for Tiger.
Up against the collar there, a little abrupt backswing, a little pop. I still got to go back and just say, why aren't you just hitting a flop shot for the heck of it? Something doesn't look right. Doesn't feel right for Tiger.
Back at 1, Dustin 2nd.
That's a good start for Johnson. Familiar putt. We've seen that a lot for the players early.
We'll stay here for Brandon Wu.
Swing. Soft turn.
And what a cool honor for Wu playing alongside Dustin Johnson. Dustin Johnson played in that 2007 Walker Cup team that had Ricky Fowler, one of the best teams ever assembled, winning Walker Cup team. Maybe they can talk about that today.
Go to the 2nd, Francesco Molinari.
Well, this green is receptive here. Like you called it a canoe, Gil. The ball barrels both directions.
Yeah, you've got all those slopes feeding off. We watched Tiger earlier choose to chip over one of those slopes feeding in off the bunkers rather than try and putt and get the line right.
Yeah, the worst miss today is a short right miss, whether it's in the bunker or the rough. Because of that, you like to call it a nose, a crown.
Exactly. Yeah.
Go to the 6th, Victor Hovland.
Pretty aggressive drive to get it way down there and have an iron second shot for Hovland. We got a great view there from our camera work of how high up the cliff shot there. It's so deceiving. It's so intimidating. That's a good leave there for Hovland. Second shot from just over 200 yards.
And back at 5, Tiger has this for bogey.
Had to remark his ball. I think it wobbled off his original line that he set down. So he told Mark Leishman that it moved a little bit, reset it. Now he's ready to go.
Tough start, just like yesterday for Tiger Woods. Ahead to the par 5. The USGA continues to be a proud partner of Drive, Chip, and Putt, a wonderful way to introduce your kids to this great game of a lifetime. Registration for the 2020 season is now open. You can visit drivechipandputt.com today for more details. Brad, you were talking about that 2007 Walker Cup team, the historic one, captained by our own Buddy Marucci, out on the grounds this week. Ricky was a part of it. DJ, Webb Simpson, Kyle Stanley, and Billy Horschel all on the field this week. This is 5th shot at the 8th.
Well, he drove it, missed the fairway. Left is a bad miss here. It's a kind of a graduated rough over there, but it is thick, and then you got to carry it over the edge of the cove there. No fun.
Back at 1, Dustin.
Yeah. Okay.
So Brandon Wu can brag to all his friends that he hit it inside Dustin Johnson by 2 inches here on the first hole. Certainly going to be watching this one. Slight break to the left. Oops, I meant to the right. I was thinking Spieth messed it on the left. And that's the trouble Dustin's had all week. Every single left to righter we've seen him be a little weak, whether it's weak with not enough speed or not enough break.
Go to 11. Webb Simpson. One of the best rounds going today. This for birdie.
Boy, a confident looking stroke there by Webb Simpson.
Rolled in a few from that distance today already. Saw that eagle at 6 was a long one. 7. Similar distance, and right here at 11.
And these greens look absolutely perfect.
Now Brandon Wu for birdie.
You like that read there?
Yeah, I do. They're on the left side.
Just outside from there.
I watched this guy hit a few putts on the putting green. A beautiful stroke. His putter's a little bit more upright than the tour average. Tour average is about 70-degree lie angle. His is 72. Like Spieth and Fowler, he's been lucky enough to get to the Scotty Cameron Laboratory, and the most detailed place you've ever seen. Really a late bloomer.
Straight.
Shouldn't be much in it.
Okay.
Wu now just to clean this up for par.
Get a good view from here at the upright shaft. Hasn't missed a putt inside 5 feet. Oh, I feel like Steve Flesh sometimes with the hex.
39 of 39
Oh.
inside of 5 feet before that one right there. And
I saw the graphic come up and I said, I'm not saying it.
just like Jordan Spieth earlier.
Yep.
That'll be a short 3-putt for the amateur. Can't believe it. We'll go to 6 and Tiger Woods.
Freewood off the tee here for Tiger. Needs a kick to the right. Oh boy. Well, you can see the ball. We've seen a lot of balls there where players couldn't get up the hill. Phil Mickelson, Rory McIlroy had to lay up to not even get to the top.
Saw the 2000 U.S. Open champion here at Pebble Beach. This the 2010 U.S. Open champion at Pebble Beach, currently in the top 10 after those 3 rounds. As we send it over to Curtis Strange, Paul Azinger, and Joe Buck.
All right, thank you, Shane. There's Graham McDowell, who eagled the 18th hole yesterday to fire a 1 under par round of 70. The 2010 champion will start his day in about 45 minutes. 7 shots off the lead. Really showing well here this week at Pebble Beach. The kiss has happened. The kiss has happened.
Great day, man.
Brooks Koepka, Jenna Sims. The kiss has happened. And we'll see if that's a kiss for good luck here at Pebble Beach. He will start his day looking for his 3rd straight U.S. Open championship. 4 back. Molinari now at 2 for birdie.
Okay, finish.
Francesco's gone 68, 72, 71, and he's 1 under for this final round here at Pebble Beach, the reigning British Open champion. Here's Victor Hovland for birdie at 6. And I can promise you a lot of things. One of them is that when we come back from the break, Paul Azinger and Curtis Strange will join me here in the tower as you see the start times for the men at the top of the leaderboard here at Pebble Beach. How could it be any better than a tee time on Sunday at Pebble Beach? Well, for some, it will be much more than that. It will test their fortitude, play with their heads, and keep their hearts pounding. It will be the chance of a lifetime, a chance to become part of Pebble Beach history, a chance to put their name on a U.S. Open trophy. We continue with final round coverage of the U.S. Open here at Pebble Beach. It's kind of been rinse and repeat weather-wise each and every day. The temperature has been in the category of chilly. The wind has been down. The greens have been absolutely ideal. Gary Woodland has a 1-shot lead over Justin Rose. Brooks Koepka trying to make history, certainly American history, trying to become the first American player to win 3 consecutive U.S. Open championships. Will start his day 4 shots off the lead. So he'll have to make up a little more ground than he has had to in majors past. As we continue to roll through the leaderboard, and now at the par 5 6th, 3rd shot for Tiger.
After driving it left in the rough, laid up well short of the green. And a poor shot.
He's struggled with his wedges the entire championship, kind of like Mickelson, guys you really can rely on in those shorter distances.
How about Victor Hovland, 3 under for this round? It's 7 now.
Yeah, we saw he had a lot of game last August winning the amateur here, right here at Pebble Beach. And he's showing a lot of game here this week.
Yep, and he's fairways and greens today. Curtis hasn't missed a green yet. He's turning pro next week.
There's Cantlay for birdie at 3. Well, we talk about these early holes, guys, and fast starts, especially as we get toward the top of the leaderboard. And somebody's going to get off to a fast start today. You just know that's going to happen. You think about Billy Horschel earlier today, 4 under through 7. So it's out there if anybody can go grab that. Here's Tiger Woods, his 4th shot at 6.
Just still surprises me how every shot the last couple days has been short for Tiger. I know he's judging the wind. It's obvious which direction it's going, but everything is just short. Respecting above the hole so much.
You know, maybe some of Tiger's past experiences here has kind of hurt him. Pebble's not been overly difficult this week, and I think he's come in with kind of a conservative attitude, Curtis, to try not to be above the hole. And as a result, he's made a lot of mistakes woefully short.
Could be. Or maybe he just hasn't played very well.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, I was out with him the other day, and he wasn't sharp.
Well, that is an incredible look of the 6th green. Wow. Never seen it from there before.
And a weather update. High today is going to be 58. It will not get there, I don't think, with the cloud cover and the marine layer, as we're calling it all week. Basically, it's fog. There you see it. Just keeps the temperature down, moisture in the golf course, and sweaters on everybody.
How quickly do you check the weather in the morning when you wake up at Pebble Beach, knowing that you're going to be out there hoofing it a little bit later today?
Well, and Paul, in my day, we didn't have weather on our phones, so it was, you got up in the morning and turned on the TV.
Yeah.
But I guess they do, just to see what to carry out with them. But I think they knew the forecast was going to be damp and chilly all week long once it turned on Wednesday.
No, I was just talking about you personally.
Oh, me personally? I've got 3 layers on, pal. Let me tell you, it's cold out there.
Well, after driving it into the rough here at 6, you see the card today so far. He's played 6 holes. He has bogeyed.
He looks like he needs a cup of coffee and a vitamin B shot. 4 bogeys in the first 6 holes.
Here's Hovland. He's having fun out there. Also was a low amateur at this year's Masters. He's got a lot of game, and we have focused on him a lot this week. Somebody to pay attention to, one of these young guys that 21 years old, as we've said, about to go pro. 3rd shot for Dustin at 2.
Paul, I think it's a key hole if you're going to get under par on the first 7, which we talk so much about.
I mean, he's missed 26 greens in regulation. Fairways and greens are supposed to be the key to the U.S. Open, but so far he's defied the odds. Justin Rose has only 72 putts to this point, far ahead of the pack.
And once again about Brooks Koepka, the longest time for any professional golfer is from the time you get up on Sunday morning to the time you play. It's an eternity. He might think about 3 in a row during that period, but once he gets to the practice tee and once he gets to that first tee, his thoughts are on business, and that's where we are most comfortable in our office.
Well, here local time, whatever time he woke up, he has to wait until 2:19 to tee off here in this final round. Now the 4th shot for Dustin Johnson at 2.
Boy, that gravity's a beautiful thing, isn't it, Curtis? It looked like that was going to stop 10 feet short.
A moment ago, this was Alex Prue, 3rd shot at 9.
I tell you, when you get the ball behind your foot like that, trying to pitch it, the ball could go backwards here or nowhere. Oh, yeah, well.
Man. Treacherous would go on to make double bogey at the 9th. 34-year-old who had the athletic ability to stay upright after falling back into that bunker. Here's Molinari for birdie at 3.
This for bogey for Dustin at 2. Well, better than 2010, but just cannot get anything going with his putter. I know that's not relevant at 2 here today, but it's been relevant all week. Here's Cantlay at 4.
4 playing 324 today to the hole. It's going to be fun to watch these leaders, what decision they make on the tee, and look at this shot.
That's the best one of the day by far, Curtis. A bunch of players have gone for this green. That's the only ball to get on the green. We have a nice little downhiller there for Eagle.
I think it's fair to say we won't see Gary Woodland do that. But we very well could see Brooks Koepka do that, being behind, trying to make something happen. There you see him warming up.
You know, these guys nowadays, they'll get the hole locations on their phone. They can study that and formulate a strategy sometimes before they even leave the room. Not that the strategy's, you know, going to fluctuate much here at Pebble Beach. This golf course, as like most U.S. Opens, tells you exactly how to play the golf course. And there's very few options at Pebble, but there are about a handful.
And the handful are, does he hit driver or layup like the rest of them? That's the difference here, that if he takes a chance and hits driver and hits it in the fairway, boy, the holes become so much easier.
When you think about how he started this week on Thursday, he opened on 1. As we'll go out to the golf course, and here for birdie is Tiger Woods, the par 3 7th. There you go. Just a moment ago, Victor Hovland's second shot at 8.
Sit down.
Paul, this kid's chasing down some history. The lowest 72-hole score by an amateur at a U.S. Open. 282 by Jack Nicklaus in 1960. If he ends up 3 under or better, he's got the new record.
His future's bright. We all know that. It was one of the toughest shots on the golf course.
Here at 4, it's Patrick Cantlay who drove the green. This for Eagle.
Boy, Joe, it's nice to watch these guys play early because it's going to give us an indication of what the leaders are going to be capable of. They play good golf. We've seen some guys jump on these first 7 holes today already.
Here at 1, Xander Schauffele for birdie. Seven back. for the number 10 player in the world. Second shot, Tiger at 8.
Just hit repeat from Victor Hovland's shot.
And now at the practice tee, Louis Oosthuizen, who shot a round of 70 yesterday, same on Friday, had that great round on Thursday of 66, and it's the 6th time inside top 5 entering the final round of a major. His only win on the PGA Tour is his British Open championship that he ran away with back in 2010.
Yeah, I was there for that, and it was some kind of clinic he put on. He had something written on his glove, kind of a subconscious thought in the form of a dot. And of course, those sorts of things aren't really sustainable. He's not doing that anymore, but it sure worked that week. And what an epic golf swing. Such a great rhythm. He's camped himself out right in the dead center of the range. This can be a tricky driving range this morning. The wind's going to be a little left to right, maybe into him. No good player really likes to warm up in that wind, except maybe Bubba Watson and Mickelson, because
well, if he leads the field, by the way, in total birdies with 15 this week.
He's putted pretty well. No doubt about that. Brad Faxon spends quite a bit of time with him here lately. I think Brad's more of a psychologist to Oosthuizen and these guys he works with than teaching, technique necessarily.
Matsuyama for birdie at 5.
Putting's a state of mind, guys, for most of us. I mean, there's plenty out there with lousy strokes. Plenty of players with lousy strokes, but they usually don't get to this level. Handful, maybe.
Third shot, Dustin Johnson at 3. Bogeyed the second. That look at par here at 3. Francesco Molinari making a little move right now, 3 under for his round. How about trying to pour this in at 4, 5 under for the championship.
The Italian robot, cyborg. Unflappable, and he's got low rounds under his belt. Shot 64 the last day at Bay Hill, did Molinari, to smoke the field.
49th birthday on this Father's Day for Phil Mickelson, and another U.S. Open will come and go with Phil unable to win that career major.
And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion whether this was it for Phil. It was, to me, it was kind of his best last chance. So he'll be 50 next year. But let's not forget how well he played at Winged Foot and really had a great chance to win there. That was his biggest missed opportunity.
Well, will he get that last leg of the career Grand Slam? We'll have to wait at least one more calendar year to find out. Here's Jason Day for birdie at the 7th.
Pretty solid week for Jason Day. He brought Steve Williams out of retirement, Tiger's old caddy, and it's hard to say that you might feel a little pressure from a caddy, but when you know all the things, the great things that Steve Williams seen done by Tiger Woods, and you're Jason Day, you almost feel like you have to live up to Steve Williams' expectations. But there's no doubt Steve Williams is going to be a benefit to Jason Day if the two stay together.
So that shot out of the bunker by Dustin Johnson. He'll have this for par to stay 1 under.
He didn't putt well here in February, Joe, and he had his worst putting week of the year last week in Canada, and it just kind of carried over. Dustin Johnson has actually hit the ball quite nicely, but has not been able to capitalize.
He has finished second in both major championships so far this year. Tied for second at the Masters. Finished second at the PGA Championship and rattles that one home to walk away 1 under. Well, Phil Mickelson has a chance to walk away with a birdie here at 18, and then his focus, at least U.S. Open wise, will go to Winged Foot. Tripled the 18th yesterday. Birdie's the 18th today. The thumbs up, and he always gives a big gallery a charge.
One more thumbs up, and he hits the over. There it is.
Here the 8th. Tiger Woods after that beautiful second shot for birdie. There you go. Back to back. Well, Tiger had certainly lofty ambitions. You can learn more about that at amex.co/US Open Golf. Terms apply. Here's Hovland for birdie at 9. He is 4 under. And a proud Oklahoma State Cowboy.
He's got a strong personality. It's going to resonate well with the fans of the PGA Tour. Loves the camera too.
No shock here. Dustin Johnson with driver at 4.
They overcooked it yesterday and way overcooked it today. Peanut butter, He's got 2 balls down there. I hope they're marked differently.
At 5, it's Francesco Molinari for birdie.
You know, Joe, he hit it fantastic day 1, and day 2 and 3 not so much, but that putter's rescued him. He only had 24 putts Friday and Saturday. Today he's putting them both together.
Slipped on a lead at the Masters this past April. Second shot for Reed at 15.
Go, that was chunk. Go.
Sometimes you're just better off not saying anything.
Thought he chunked it. He almost dunked it. Even if you're unable to make it out to Pebble Beach this week, you can still find a way to get in on the experience. Check out all the official U.S. Open gear right now by going to usgashop.com. Victor Hovland's trying to become the first low amateur at the Masters and a U.S. Open in the same season since Matt Kuchar back in '98. On his way.
Tell you what, the last bogey he made was on that hole yesterday, and that's a nice little run.
We saw Victor Hovland down here in that almost exact spot during the U.S. Amateur. He made a brilliant shot out of that ice plant in his match, and that's where the Johnson brothers are looking for Dustin's ball. Here it is. It was just crazy. Not just A, they found it, and B, the shot he hit out of here was unbelievable.
You know, if you're the opponent in that situation, that is just demoralizing. You always want to expect your opponent to do the unthinkable, but I mean, I don't know how he did that. Got lucky, but still. Oh.
We'll come back to this at 4. as DJ takes a drop, and now here is Tiger Woods at 9. Second shot. Back-to-back birdies for Tiger after a frustrating start, and catching maybe a little late magic here on Sunday to feel better about his final round.
Yeah, he's building already. He's starting to build on what's next for him. It's going to be the Open Championship.
DJ's third shot. Matt Fitzpatrick at 7 for birdie. Won the amateur at Brookline. Walks that in to get to 4 under. And by the way, this U.S. Open Championship will be at the Country Club in 3 years. Stenson's second shot at 1.
Terminator going to work. Definitely got a chance. Only 3 shots out of third. If the 2 leaders stumble, you're playing well. You got to be ready. And he knows he can light this place up. Again, Pebble's not the most difficult golf course in the world. There's a lot of birdies out here, and there's a look at our current leader, Gary Woodland. Probably relieved to finally get out here to the course and hit a few balls.
Part of our Rolex marquee pairing with his good friend Justin Rose. Gary met him a long time ago. Both members at Lake Nona. They have the same agent, so they know each other very well. They played together yesterday, and they will play together today. And you've got Gary Woodland in the background and Brooks Koepka in the foreground, getting ready for their final round here at Pebble.
Well, it's an excruciating wait for Woodland. Koepka probably feeling really comfortable, actually. His experiences here in the past are something that you just build on. You got to believe Koepka knows that if those guys stumble, he's going to be the guy. You just get the sense, the way he's hit it this week, tee to green. He could really be a threat, Joe, if he gets off to a good start.
Well, I couldn't agree more.
Down here.
Dustin for par at 4. Penalized for trying to drive the green and losing it to the right. Here's Jon Rahm for birdie at 1. Paul, I know he's impressed you with how he's kept his emotions in check here this week.
I thought the fuse was lit on Thursday when he missed a short putt and started grumbling, but he can be a real bully, and he might beat Pebble Beach up today.
Tiger Woods for his 3rd straight birdie. Putts here at 9.
Oh, wait.
Talked about Cherry Hills earlier, and Jack in 1960. That was the site of Arnold Palmer's 7-shot comeback to win And what's as impressive as coming back from 7 shots back is that he climbed past 14 players to win, including Ben Hogan, the young Jack Nicklaus, and Gary Player. Here's Stenson for birdie at 1.
As usual, Stenson's hit it great this week.
And Joe, Jack Nicklaus played the last 2 rounds at that Cherry Hills Open with Ben Hogan.
5 under, yes, David?
Hogan had a comment. Hogan hit 34 or 36 greens that final day, and people were congratulating him. And he said effectively, I'm paraphrasing, yeah, but I was playing with this kid who could have won if he had put some. He could have won the championship by 6 or 7 shots.
And obviously, we know what follows with the great Jack Nicklaus. A double bogey for Dustin Johnson at 4, and kind of that wry smile.
That's the chance you take there at 4. It was unthinkable 10, 15 years ago that anybody would take a crack at that green. Now, about half the field is probably going to do it today.
Adam Scott, his second shot at 3. Beauty. By the way, Jack Nicklaus tweeted out today, Happy Father's Day. And the 18-time major champion said that above the players' locker room here at Pebble Beach, there's a quote that's attributed to Jack Nicklaus saying, "I've always thought the U.S. Open made a man out of you more than any other tournament." Just a moment ago, Alex Prue knocks it in.
Does it make a man out of you, or do you become the man?
Both. Saw that double at 9 when he fell back into the bunker. There's a nice highlight for the 34-year-old Alex Prue. Justin Rose. It's really a story of the putter for Justin Rose this week, and if he stays hot with, I guess you can't really call it the flat stick, the face of it's flat, he'll hang in there.
Yeah, I think he's going to be really hard to beat the way he's putting, and I just can't see Justin Rose continuing to miss greens and fairways the way he has, but he's defied the odds so far.
Victor Hovland shot 31 on the front 9 today, and he is 8 of 9 as he plays here at 10 greens in regulation.
Yes, also hadn't missed a fairway, and that was just a recipe for success. And I think if Victor Hovland can make 3 or more birdies coming in with no bogeys and post, you just never know. The weather can turn on a dime here. It's not forecast to. Very good shot.
How's Victor playing? By the way, who leads this week in greens in regulation? Brooks Koepka. The cliffs running along the right side of the 10th hole, and Carmel Beach itself give us great pictures. But in 1972, Jack Nicklaus found the beach to be not so relaxing. Here in 1972, his 3rd U.S. Open championship of 4. I think what stands out to me most, Paul, in that little video clip of 1972 is A, how brown Pebble Beach is, and B, the biggest defense this golf course typically has, the wind. It was blowing back then. It is not blowing here this week at all.
No, and you know, we say it all the time now, but Pebble's just not that hard. It's just over 7,000 yards. There's going to be 8 to 10 wedge opportunities here, and you know, you can shoot good scores. But this golf course's best defense is certainly the wind. Rock hard greens help, Joe, and when they started on Thursday, they weren't rock hard. They are now. You can hear the ball landing. Got the cup mics in this week.
Well, there's Matt Kuchar, who yesterday made a charge. Remember, he had the eagle at 6, the birdie at 7, but then bogeyed 8 and 9. So for a short while there, he was just a couple off the lead, but gave a couple of those shots right back.
Yeah. let us know what they are once in a while.
Again, a reminder what Viktor Hovland's trying to do is we'll keep a close eye on what he does here on the back nine of this golf course. Trying to become the first since Matt Kuchar to be the low-am at the Masters and the U.S. Open in the same season. Said this going off the air yesterday that each of the last 20 U.S. Open champions were within 4 of the lead entering the final round. If that's the case, and that continues, that takes you just down to Louis Oosthuizen. But right behind Oosthuizen, who is 4 shots back, tied with Reeve and Koepka, is Rory McIlroy. Francesco Molinari, he's out on the golf course. He's now 5 under. He's 3 under for his day. Henrik Stenson is a name that you've said. Jon Rahm. I mean, who knows if somebody just catapults right up that leaderboard with a hot start here this afternoon.
Well, it's really everything about today is going to be predicated on how Gary Woodland and Justin Rose go off today and how well they start. They could make it a 2-horse race and leave the field in the dust, or they could bring a bunch of players right back into it.
That for birdie for Viktor Hovland, who will try to knock that in to stay 4 under.
You know, the first 2 holes too, Joe, are tough. Number 1, generally you don't consider that a hard hole, but it's been one of the hardest fairways to hit this week. And number 2 is a monster par 4 converted from a par 5.
Cantlay for birdie at 7. And the number 8 player in the world who won this year's Memorial. Speaking of Jack Nicklaus, yet again, and how can you not when you come to a U.S. Open? He is picking it up, Patrick Cantlay. Here's a birdie putt for Dustin Johnson at the par 3 fifth.
Well, both days that he went for that 4th green, it was really his undoing. I mean, it's just a 4-iron and a sand wedge.
Here's Jon Rahm, his second shot at 2, birdied the opening hole.
When I say I call him a bully, he's a golf bully. Very nice guy. Peter Allis said about him this year at Augusta, his trousers are full of legs. He's got the biggest quads out here.
Down, sit, down.
I mean, to be that powerful, it teaches somebody like me, an amateur, the turn doesn't need to be some wild turn, but if you generate power from the ground up through those thick thighs.
That's a fact.
Man, he just pounds it.
You know, shoulder turn is the uniqueness of the individual. Some guys have a steep shoulder turn. Many players have a flatter shoulder turn. It's not a fundamental, but the fundamental is usually right there in the lower body. And you know, when they say digging it out of the dirt, it's not just the club head, it's the underneath your feet too.
That's what Tiger Woods is looking at.
Well, I'll tell you what, if the 8th hole is the greatest second shot in golf, 9 is a close second, and I would say 10 probably is the next in line. These are the 3 most spectacular holes in golf, if you ask me.
Certainly lined up back to back to back, and this week they've played as 3 of the toughest 4 holes out here, 9 being the toughest.
Tiger! Get up there. Keep cutting.
Finds the front of the green. Tiger does.
Well, that pavilion right there is named after the longtime professional director of golf and host of all things great here at Pebble Beach, R.J. Harper. And tragically, we lost him in 2017. One of the nicest people you'd ever meet. Gracious in everything he does, and I really miss him. R.J. was a good friend. I've played golf with his kids, and I'm really happy to see that.
And while you watch Gary Woodland get loose here on this chilly day at Pebble Beach, all of us at Fox Sports want to tip the cap to CEO here, Bill Parochi.
Yeah,
President David Stivers. This championship has been run so well from the Pebble Beach side as Reed, who's won over for the week, finds that area of this hourglass green here at 17.
He might have to chip that ball. Well, I'll tell you what, that to me symbolizes what a lonely game this is and what a lonely place golf can become, especially when you're out front in a tournament like this. Nobody can feel for you. Nobody knows what you're feeling. The pressure, the nerves, and all that, Joe, can change your body. There's no doubt about it. I don't think anybody gets this level with their hands shaking or anything like that. I'm not saying that nerves affect your hands and make them shake, or he wouldn't be in this spot. But choking, I guess, is in your head more than anything. But to me, this shot right here just symbolizes that he's on an island today. It's up to him and his caddy.
And you are right. That is a lonely dude standing out there.
Got that right.
Here at 7, Molinari. Nice shot there by Molinari. Victor Hovland now at 11.
That's an anti-left swing if I've ever seen one. And you know, these guys come out of college now, Joe, they're so much more polished, and Victor Hovland probably as polished as anybody. He's been in front of the cameras quite a bit. We had him every shot last year at the Amateur Championship and his NCAA's experience as well. This is Rahm with virtually no chance. I think he'd be happy to get this on the green. Second's a dangerous hole, guys. A bad tee shot undo you. No kidding.
4-time Winston Cup Series champion, 3-time Daytona 500 winner, NASCAR Hall of Famer, and currently a Fox NASCAR analyst, Hendrick Motorsports executive. Thanks, Jeff, for that. Here's Tiger for birdie at 10.
Not sure what that tape is on his neck, but I noticed it in Mexico City earlier in the year. Something's not right.
Here's Rahm for par. Can he save it at 2? No. As it races by.
Little T9C green back there. We've seen some mammoth tee shots and guys hitting 8 irons and 7 irons at the 526-yard par 4. Still a hard hole.
Check in with Victor Hovland. He's putting for birdie. And how well was that judged?
Another really tiny green, probably with as much slope in it as any, and they've hugged the right side of this green today, as they have all week. Actually, Joe, 11 holes cut interestingly close to the right side of these greens, and you know, Koepka, Rose, McIlroy, and Woodland all like to cut the ball.
Molinari at 7 for birdie. Xander Schauffele for birdie at 4. He was a popular pick coming in. Number 10 in the world. He's got 2 top 10s in his previous 2 U.S. Open starts. Right now he is 5 under par, 2 under for this day, 6 shots off the lead.
And sure enough, Patrick Reed's going to pitch it off the green. Figured he would.
Beautiful.
You used to have to remember, you know, in situations like that to take the flag out, but not anymore.
Good point. Here's another look.
He clipped it, didn't even take a divot.
That's in the Tom Watson hole location. And he chipped in here at 17 for birdie in 1982. to steal Jack's thunder. And then, oh, by the way, went on to birdie 18. Tom Watson, his only U.S. Open win here at Pebble Beach in 1982. We're about to see the start of the day for Rory and Louis. One from Northern Ireland, the other from South Africa. And either one could jump up and catch these leaders. Going to be important to get off to a fast start here at Pebble Beach.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:08 starting time. Please welcome from Northern Ireland, our 2011 U.S. Open champion, Rory McIlroy.
Showed you that graphic before the four-time major champion tees off here at 1 with iron in his hands. Each of the last 20 U.S. Open champions were within 4 of the lead entering the final round. Rory is 5 back. Louis Oosthuizen 4 back.
The king of the
From South Africa, Louis Oosthuizen.
Had that great finish at Chambers Bay in 2015 and ended up tied for second with DJ. Shot 29 on the back 9 that day.
You know, Joe, we keep saying that these guys in the pack need to get off to a hot start, which they, you know, that's helpful always, but I think they have to be careful not to stumble on these first 2 holes. A fairway miss to the right here on 1 makes it for a hard par, and if you miss the fairway on 2, it's tough. So these guys behind, they just can't stumble in the beginning of these rounds.
Here's Hovland, 198-yard par 3, the 12th. And one of the few stumbles here today.
Well, it's better than being short. That short left in that bunker is no place to be today. He can definitely get that up and in.
Rory a moment ago, second shot. Here at 1. Above the hole, stayed out of the heavy stuff, but it'll be treacherous. Here's Oosthuizen.
There you go. Above the hole, but still good look for Oosty.
Schauffele for birdie at 5.
This goes in, watch out.
Watch out.
He's a big game hunter, this guy. Some big events.
Tiger Woods at 11 for birdie.
Get in the hole! In the hole! Woo!
Now back to 1. Brett Quigley, we welcome you in, and Rory above the hole.
Thanks, Joe. And Rory hit a great wedge. We're seeing these greens firm up just a little bit. He one-hopped it on this fringe. Really fast putt down this hill, breaking slightly to his right.
Tell you what, Gary Woodland's got his work cut out for him today. He's got the number 2 player in the world, or number 1 player in the world, in Brooks Koepka. After him, Rory McIlroy's ranked 3. He's sitting right.
great week in Canada. Shot 61 on Sunday, came flying in here, and so far this week has gone 68, 69, 70. Here's Oosthuizen for birdie.
And he has the same hill that Rory just had, but a little straighter putt. And both of these players know that if they post a great score today, they've got a chance to win this championship.
It's got to be low. Maybe not. What a great read. The ocean is to the left of that putt he hit, and it had no influence whatsoever on that putt.
That for Oosthuizen, his 16th birdie this week, leading the field. Here's Molinari. Knocks that in. He's 5 back.
This guy's coming out earlier, proving that it can be done. The course setup is right there for the taking.
Here's one that Rory's got to make, and does, to stay 5 back. Nice 2-putt. Back down that fairway to the opening tee. Bob Ford will announce the next 2 to the crowd down there and to our viewing audience. Chez Reavie and Brooks Koepka. Koepka shooting 68 yesterday after rounds of 69 in the first 2 rounds of this U.S. Open. So he's 4 back, tied with Reavie. Everybody looking up at Woodland.
Good luck, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:19 starting time. Please welcome from Scottsdale, Arizona, Chez Reavie.
You see his best U.S. Open finish, tied for 16th at Erin Hills in 2017.
Kind of no man's land for Chez. He's never been in a spot like this before. He has won the Canadian Open though, but it was 11 years ago. Shot.
From West Palm Beach, Florida, our 2017-2018 U.S. Open champion, Brooks Koepka.
He's got 4 major championships. He's going to have to do a little more work today if he's going to make it 5 and 3 in a row in the U.S. Open. Trying to come back, starting his day 4 off the lead.
Right rough. Yeah, that's okay. Just a foot away from disaster there for Koepka on the first hole. You have to say, Joe, that Brooks has the strongest mind in the game right now. He's got to be the most confident player. You know, he's got the strongest body too, probably. And this is a great opportunity. I think he's got to guard against wanting it too much. Just go about his business. He and his caddy make a great team. He leads the field in greens and regulation. He's hit it better than anybody thus far. And if he can make some putts, who knows? He's had 16 more putts than Justin Rose and 9 more putts than Gary Woodland.
How about that quick hug for his dad, Bob, alongside this first hole. Bob was in here just a moment ago, and we were talking to him about Brooks and when did you know that he had this kind of belief in his own abilities. Here's Hovland for par. He'll give 1 back. And Bob said, you know, to be honest with you, he didn't win a lot as a young kid. He didn't win a lot in college. Didn't win till his senior year. And it's been this slow build, and now is #1 in the world. Here's Rory at 2.
Bunker's in play on the left. And there he is. He's going to have to get lucky.
Let's go, Rory.
I've seen one guy get it out of that bunker onto the green all week.
So down to their second shots. They go at number 2. I don't know if Koepka's ball found a little divot in that first cut on the right side at 1. We'll find out here obviously momentarily. Being told that it did not. He found 3 divots early yesterday.
He did.
And was grumbling about it, but persevered and ended up shooting 68.
Yes, he did. And it's, you know, sometimes that can change your whole attitude. Like, what these forces are against me. But Koepka, he sees his lies. He's like, watch this. That looks like a pretty good lie. Out of this particular type of grass, these good players nowadays can actually get a lot of spin from this spot. And he's got to legislate for a pretty big bounce. Rory's ball landed close to pin high, bounced all the way over the green. Looks like Chez Reavie will play first here from the middle of the fairway.
Steve Flash is down there with these guys. Reavie started this day tied for 2030. He's hit 31 of 43 fairways now, and be fun, Steve, to see how he gets along today.
You know, I think everybody's under the impression that Chez isn't a basher like Gary Woodland and Brooks Koepka, but he still pounds it out there, you know, pretty far like this modern day tour player. This just 144 pitching wedge, straight down breeze. Trying to land it about 138.
Good start.
It's fun to see how these guys react in a position like this for the first time at a U.S. Open. Now Koepka.
Same yardage, lies not too bad. Might squirt a little bit out of this first cut.
Perfect lead.
I'll tell you, they can spin it out of that first cut. It can jump. You got to really evaluate the lie and figure out what kind of a reaction you're going to get when you get to impact.
How about Rory? Didn't even find the bunker. He is in the heavy stuff at 2.
And he'll be lucky if he can get this to the fairway. This lie is just terrible. It's going to grab the club on the way down.
Boy, you called that. It reached the bunker. You can see the ball there. But you know, Joe, I just said a minute ago, it's not, you don't have to get off to a super hot start. These first 2 holes are tough. You just got to hold it together and not make any big mistakes. And Rory's dug himself a hole. Now I think he's got to take a chance and try to clip this ball. He's got trees in the way. There's a barranca between him and the hole about 70 yards short of the green. He's got the skill to do it.
192, you should have. Yeah. That's right, yeah.
And now, guys, he's faced with an option here. He's got to carry this cross bunker if he's going to challenge it to get it in front of the green or possibly on the green. Certainly make no worse than bogey. You're right, saying just don't get off to a terrible start. Just find some way to salvage this one now.
Easy to hit this fat when the ball's below your feet like that. Oh, that sounded good, though.
You're going to have to see all of Rory's skills here at 2. Oosthuizen next.
And from the dead center of the fairway, 200 yards. Just a 7-iron here. Certainly off the start that he wanted and was looking for.
Second most difficult hole today and the hardest green to hit in regulation.
Oosthuizen hit all 14 fairways yesterday. He's hit the first 2 today, and he's hit both greens today. He's only missed 6 fairways all week. Here's Reavie at 1 for birdie.
And he's made just under a mile of putts this week, allegedly.
Henrik Stenson at 4 for birdie. Well, our final pairing of the day, the top 2 on the leaderboard, Gary Woodland on the left, Justin Rose on the right, are getting set to go. And up at the green here at 1, Koepka starts with birdie.
Oh boy.
Putting is the only stat, it's the only part of the game that has held Koepka back. If you call a guy that started the day 7 under par in a U.S. Open after 3 rounds being held back. But if he gets that putter hot here early, watch out.
And also, I think Koepka's very intimidating as well. These guys seen the intestinal fortitude and the no die, no quit attitude that Koepka has. He's unflappable. And the excruciating wait for these 2 is almost over.
Justin Rose and Gary Woodland. Woodland has never been in this position at a U.S. Open before, leading after 54 holes, and on the PGA Tour 0 for 7 in closing it out when leading after 54 holes. Justin Rose, the 2013 champion from Marion, he was 2 back after 54 when he won his U.S. Open. 1 back today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:30 starting time. Please welcome from England, our 2013 U.S. Open champion, Justin Rose.
Something about this tee shot that's kind of a bugaboo for Justin Rose. He hasn't hit the fairway yet, and he's hit iron every day.
From Topeka, Kansas, Gary Woodland.
Those who know this guy love him, and not just in the world of golf. All different sports. Pride of KU and holding a 54-hole lead in a major championship for the first time in his career. Well, they were playing at 1 a moment ago. Louis Oosthuizen for birdie at 2.
Guys, stop picking your cameras so early.
So a birdie, then a par. Rory's found all kinds of trouble here at the second, and he'll have this for bogey.
And he had a great bunker shot just to get it here. He was in the flat of the bunker, but not a great lie. And he used the slope behind on the back edge of the green, ran it up top there, and ran it right back down the hill. He's got this left downhill pretty darn quick, maybe breaking just a little bit to his right.
Well, that was a pretty important putt for as early in the round as it is, and Rory just dug himself a real hole now. Full 7 shots back.
Back on the tee, Brooks Koepka.
See if that catches the right bunker or not. It's to right of the bunker. Rode it. The February tournament, the Pebble Beach Pro-Am is out of bounds, but not this week.
Here's Xander Schauffele for eagle at 6. Right now he is 3 under for this round, 6 under for the championship, and he's looking at birdie at 6. Rory for double at the second.
Disaster. Just a disastrous start. That's his second double bogey of the week. He's even par on the par 5s this week. Can reach every one of them in 2.
Here's Adam Scott at 6 for eagle. 5 back.
Starting to tighten up there right behind Justin Rose and Gary Woodland. Just shows you if you feel good today, you can make a score these first 7 holes.
That is the 3rd eagle of this 4th round at 6. Here's Rose.
Farther back than most players I've seen, maybe because this is the first time he has hit this fairway. 165 to the hole, 8 iron. Little helping wind.
What a great shot. And a nice start for Justin Rose. He got over the hurdle of that first tee, put it right down the middle. Followed it up with a gem.
Now Woodland.
Well, coming out of the first cut, he will not be able to spin it as much as out of the fairway. This from 141, you expect it to go forward a little bit once it hits the green.
Really good shot.
Now it is the centennial celebration in these parts of Pebble Beach golf links. Opened in 1919. It's the 119th U.S. Open Championship. And Gary Woodland and Justin Rose are out on the golf course. Gary Woodland with a 1-shot lead over Justin. Koepka's already made birdie, as has Oosthuizen. Here's Woodland for birdie at 1.
That's a little nervy start there on the green for Woodland. Love those shoes. It's going to be the hardest round of Gary Woodland's life today. He's going to have to be a mental giant.
Koepka's second shot at 2.
Oh, there's a lot of bad things over there. Deep ravine, sand on the bottom of it.
Dude, that was dope.
A lot of tall grass. Tried to muscle that thing over that little ravine.
Justin Rose for birdie at 1.
Best putter in the field by a wide margin so far.
Tied for the lead after 1.
You know, he just exudes confidence. He has all week in his interviews. I think he's in a great place.
Jon Rahm for birdie at 5. Rahm 6 under par. Back to 2.
Oh, that's a good shot.
That's unbelievable.
It really is, Joe. What a great break not to be in the sand and to catch that kind of lie. Ball sitting pretty. Easy to make clean contact there on the back of the ball. What a gift to be able to hit it the right distance, though.
We're the rest of us in the golfing world who don't do this for a living. That didn't look easy. That was a heck of a shot. Here's Justin Rose at the tee.
Little following breeze, not much of anything back against these trees. 300 to the bunker on the left.
Tell you what, Curtis, that tee shot right there, right down the middle, is applying the pressure already to Gary Woodland as if he didn't have enough pressure.
What a par this would be for Koepka at 2.
Guys, I can't tell you how fortunate he was on that second to be able to even hit his third shot. Could have ended up in the middle of nowhere. That's unbelievable.
He birdied the first and he scrambles for par at the second. Ches Reavie made bogey alongside him here at 2.
Oh, he has had some par saves. This Koepka has.
No.
That's great.
Back on the tee at 2, Woodland.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Go get him, Gary. Go.
That's a nice answer by Woodland.
Well, it is, and it's nice to get that tee shot over with. You know, if you miss the fairway at 2, you're probably going to miss the green.
Xander Schauffele for birdie at 7.
Schauffele's got his pedal smashed to the floor. Oh. Good aggressive putt. A little work left to do.
He'll have to make that to stay 4 under for this round. 7 under for the championship. Shane Bacon and Brad Faxon in the other studio at the 4th. Ken Brown with Hadley and Kuchar, Brett Quigley with McIlroy and Oosthuizen, Steve Flesch with Reavie and Koepka, Curtis Strange with the 2 guys tied for the lead at 11 under, Rose and Woodland. Joel Klatt handles the interviews, and David Fay, rules and editorial contributor. And let's go to 3.
That just pounded from Koepka. Perfectly positioned here at the third. And up at the green, Oosthuizen has this for birdie.
Good second shot. Ball breaks hard to the right.
That to get within 2 and denied.
Tiger Woods for birdie at 13.
Long, slow putt back up the hill. And
now one over and gives the fans around 13 green a thrill. And a smile.
and had a lot to smile about today after that start.
Yeah, just a bad start. Just pulled it together and played well since.
Now on the tee at the fourth, Louis Oosthuizen.
Early, so many players that hadn't hit driver took driver out in an effort to get up there. As a matter of fact, Jordan Spieth even took a swipe at it, but here's a conservative play for Louis.
And it looks like it's going to be a go for Rory McIlroy.
Absolutely, Shane. 3-wood, he can get it to the front edge of this green with a really solid one, and probably a good play with that hole location just front right.
Infinitely better to miss a little left here. That's a good place to leave it, the long way up the green.
On the tee here at the 8th, Xander Schauffele.
Xander Schauffele came back in his win in Hawaii early in the season. Shot 62, was 5 back of guess who? Gary Woodland.
Same spot as yesterday.
Here's Gary Woodland, second shot at 2.
After a drive of 325. That from 198.
He likes to cut the ball. He just doesn't want to overcook it here. And a great shot by Gary Woodland.
Talked about Gary Woodland and his U.S. Open final round scores. Also, he's tired of hearing about not being able to close it out on the PGA Tour. 0 for 7 when leading after 54 holes. He has struggled except for 2011 in the final round, and that was the year that Rory ran away and hit a Congressional. Here's Justin Rose at 2.
After a perfect start, birdieing the first, and beautiful tee shot here. 195 left.
He's setting up to hit a cut as well, Curtis. Just left of the flag, right on the left edge of the green. Really tiny target. Oh, he dropped it under a little bit and kicked it out to the right, I think. Yes, he did. I think that ball kicked dead left towards the hole, which would make that bunker shot pretty easy.
Fox Sports coverage of the 119th U.S. Open Championship is sponsored by Titleist, the #1 ball in golf. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Lexus, experience amazing. And by Deloitte, who invites you to only see possible. Out of the bunker, where Justin Rose has gone 11 of 13 in sand saves this week.
That from a very poor lie.
He tried to take that up to the very top of that hill and bring it back. And well, Justin Rose is going to have to get it together, guys. He's only hit 50% of the greens this week. He's defying the odds so far because of his putter.
We'll go up to the third, and Brooks Koepka.
Go right at the hole here. You can stop it close. The green's pretty soft. Look at Koepka controlling that right back to a tap-in.
And this a moment ago at the fourth. Louis Oosthuizen second for 97 yards.
Well, with an iron off the tee, elects to hit more of a full shot in. He stops it on a dime too. 5 feet for birdie.
Now Rory.
He's 6th and scrambling this week. He's been getting up and down. Oh, how many shots have we seen hit the flagstick and go in?
That close to a 2 for Rory McIlroy, and he can't believe it.
Oh, nobody can believe that one. It's like they've been magnetic so far.
Justin Rose looking at his putt here at 2.
From just off the fringe, that's not the issue. The issue is straight down the hill and very, very fast. And I can tell you he is leaving the flagstick in. That'll indicate he might need it to help.
Yeah, Curtis, if that ball would have been a couple inches shorter, it rolled down to about 6 or 7 feet. So he's just going to breathe on that. And there it goes. Tell you what, Joe, the boys are off and running. This setup is gettable in these early holes. And Koepka's the guy.
And Paul, this to get within 2 and a quick start for the man that just seems to ooze major championship confidence.
Well, the field's on notice here, Shane. Birdie, then the miracle par on 2 and another birdie on 3.
This is Gary Woodland. Justin Rose tied at the top. Here is Woodland at 2 for birdie.
It's a big putt. Yes. Nice to take the lid off early and to birdie one of the hardest holes on the course, the hardest one today. That's a nice confidence boost.
That is only the 8th birdie here all day at number 2, 3rd toughest hole of this final round.
Louis joins Brooks at -9. Rory tapped in for birdie at 4 as well.
Louis Oosthuizen has not missed a putt from 5 feet or under this week, and another beautiful stroke.
Here's Rose back at 2 for bogey.
It really should be just dead straight, Joe. Nobody's been better on the greens. And that is just so confident looking. And he went to that claw grip a couple years ago. It was life-changing for Justin Rose.
This could be a life-changing day for Gary Woodland.
Back at 4, and for the 4th straight day, Koepka with just an iron.
And no doubt he has the firepower to reach this green. Brooks Koepka's going to have none of that. He's made par every day here.
He knows the game plan. He's making a move early, is Koepka. Gary Woodland already tacked one on. He leads by 2. Back here at the 3rd, and Gary Woodland.
It's a real good indication of how Gary Woodland can feel here. You see him like to fade it like he did off the first 2 holes, and here a nice draw 3-wood way down there.
Now up at the 4th, Koepka 2nd.
90 yards up the hill. He's got to be careful not to have too much spin. Oh, he's so dialed in. 2 beautiful wedge shots right in a row. I'll keep going back to that miracle 4 he made on the second.
Now back at the third, and Rose with driver.
And that's a confident swing there by Justin Rose. Not many of the top players hitting driver on this hole today. You can't go through this fairway and risk being in the bunkers of the rough. And look how much farther Justin Rose ball is than Gary Woodland's. 2 great swings there.
Up at 8, Xander Schauffele to save par, and that one rims out on the high side.
Could be a momentum killer there for Schauffele.
Second shot at 5 for Rory McIlroy.
About the best he could do there, Joe.
Nearly holed out for eagle at 4, made birdie. Made double at 2.
Now at the 7th, a moment ago, Stinson for birdie. And Henrik Stenson, another that's been off to a quick start through the first 7 holes.
Now Oosthuizen second at 5.
And he had a much better lie than Rory there. Much easier pitch. Still really difficult.
So fast, Brett, going that direction. I'll tell you, Woodland's got some real thoroughbreds behind him.
Like this guy right here, Paul, John Rahm, short one for birdie. This would get him to -7.
Everybody's making birdie. Rahm now 5 back.
And at the 4th, Brooks Koepka, this would get him to -10 for the championship, just 2 shots back.
Just about straight down the fall line. Pace will be quick.
You think this guy likes this stuff? Brooks Koepka birdie at 1, 3, 4. Workmanlike.
Just the start you need when you're behind like he was, and everybody's taking notice now. And Brooks Koepka, as he walks up this little hill here to the 5th. Look at the crowds.
Well, you said it, Brad. He just put the field on notice. I said in the opening that he's the most intimidating guy right now. He is just running up the board, trying to chase this guy down.
Woodland second here at 3.
From 96 yards, has to be careful coming up a little bit short right. Severe downslope.
He likes it. Look at this. Woodland not backing down at all. Beautiful shots into 1, 2, and now in 3.
Back to 5, and here is McIlroy for par.
Pretty unsteady start there with a double bogey at the 2nd hole. Tough bogey there at 5.
Now back at 3, Justin Rose.
Ideal tee shot. From 68.
Has to be the shortest second shot we've seen of any of the players, especially the leaders. Shortest second shot.
Oosthuizen trying to save par at 5. Steady.
Starting to tighten up. Golf is such a head game. These guys today seem to have collected their thoughts pretty well, steadied their nerves.
Koepka back on the tee here at 5.
204 today, guys. Wind off the right, but he's got to fly at 196. This is a 7-iron for Brooks.
Downhill, and this green does not hold very well at all.
This one's center of the green.
Oh, it's going to feed. Another good shot by Brooks Koepka.
We talk about gettable holes out here. What are, what aren't. He's played this stretch here, 5, 6, and 7 at 6 under this week.
It's a stretch you really need to get.
Second shot for Adam Scott at 9. 3 under for this final round.
Carry. 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 He did.
You know, sometimes you get what you ask for. Adam Scott's got designs on posting a number.
Over at the 15th, Viktor Hovland is for a birdie. Viktor Hovland, the amateur, for just a few more hours. Low round on the golf course.
He'll be in Connecticut next week playing the Travelers Championship. He already looks like a pro.
And back at the 3rd, Justin Rose for birdie.
Just down a little gentle slope. Speed really not an issue here. Should move to his right. Brad, as we've seen, though, the greens are just fast enough. You got to match up perfectly to make them.
Nobody's matched up better than Justin Rose this week. First this week in putts per hole in green in regulation. One roll short. Tell you what, every putt he's hit has been dead on line.
Second shot at 9 for Xander Schauffele.
Severe downslope to the green. It sits quite a bit below the players. Right at it. Look at Xander Schauffele.
Try to get that shot right back. He gave at 8.
He's got a knack for coming from behind.
Back over at the 3rd, and Gary Woodland has a short one to extend the lead to 3.
Just coming down the gentle slope that Rose just putted down, but I just don't see anything in this.
What a start for the 54-hole leader, Gary Woodland.
Back here on the tee at the 4th, Gary Woodland.
There's a beautiful picture of Gary Woodland's ball flight. High cut, completely under control these first few holes.
Koepka for birdie at 5.
He's already one putted the first 4 greens.
Birdies at 4 of the first 5 holes. And he's one putted the first 5 greens. The putter is hot.
Back at the 4th, Rose with driver.
Well, the first of the leaders brave enough to take this hole on. He's got it on a good line up the left side. Even if it gets in a bunker or in the rough, there's plenty of green here, and you can see some of that ball. he'll be able to pitch this up on the green and get it somewhere close.
It's a little surprising, Brad, because he has missed almost 50% of the fairways and 50% of the greens. He's defying the odds so far, Justin Rose.
Jordan Spieth finishing for par. Disappointing week here at Pebble Beach for the 2015 U.S. Open champion. Still hasn't won since the 2017 British Open.
Over at 8, Henrik Stenson's third.
This hole's had the bite taken out of it. This whole location slid over more towards the center of the green. It's the easiest it's played all week long. That would have been impossible to get up and down to the other hole locations.
Here at 6, second shot, Louis Oosthuizen.
Absolutely perfect tee shot. That's dangerously to the right. Ocean just a couple yards right of that. It's not going to be too difficult if he likes his lie, Joe. It's got a lot of room.
Back at the 4th, Gary Woodland will be first to go.
There's 120 to the hole, 110 to the front. Up the hill 5 paces. Wind just out of the right. Brad, the wind has been from exactly the same direction all week long. Players very familiar with every hole right now.
They're certainly comfortable with the ball stopping and landing quickly too. Lowest scoring on the front 9 all week today. Not just past pin high, a little bit bigger hop than others.
Brooks Koepka at 6. He's birdied this hole each of the first 3 rounds.
Well, he's birdied it because he's put it in the fairway. His tee is way elevated above that fairway down there. And if you miss the fairway, likely you won't get on the green in 2 here today. It's an important tee shot to keep that momentum. Boy, that's strong. Smoked it. That'll be probably a 4 or 5 iron for Koepka from there. He keeps his head down about as long as anybody I've ever seen.
Back at the 4th, Justin Rose.
Well, it's not a bad lie, but about 20, 22-yard carry over the bunker. Downhill once it hits the green, then it'll flatten up. This has got to be a high, soft one.
It looked like he slid under it by his body reaction. He kind of kept his knees flexed for a long time. Look, I didn't get it perfectly. You see it out there to the right a little bit, but underneath the hole.
See our leader right there, Gary Woodland, now leads by 2 over Koepka. And for more on Gary, let's send it down to Joel Klatt.
All right, thanks, Shane. You know, on Father's Day, it's easy and natural to reflect on the moment you became a father. What an amazing and wonderful moment that is. But for Gary Woodland, that moment is equal parts love and loss. In 2017, he and wife Gabby were expecting twins, a little girl and a little boy. Due to complications, the Woodlands welcomed just the little boy. Gary has been very open that it was the darkest time of his life. However, in the middle of the darkness, there was the ray of sunshine, the miracle baby, as Gary put it, Jackson Woodland. Jackson turns 2 next Sunday. And as Jackson's dad looks to win his first major championship today, on Father's Day, there is more sunshine on the horizon, guys. Gary and Gabby are expecting twin girls in August.
Great stuff there, Joel. And congrats to both of them. With that news, we showed you the piece from the Waste Management earlier this year. Gary Woodland mentioning it was one of the coolest moments of his entire career. Just gave him more perspective, and as Joe Buck has mentioned, one of the most liked guys on the PGA Tour amongst his peers. And now this for birdie.
Very fast coming down the hill. Will move from his left to right. One of the smallest greens on the PGA Tour right here. What a good touch.
Yeah, that's a great touch, Curtis. And through 3 rounds, there's no player out here in this field that's made more feet of putts than Gary Woodland, over 350 feet. Second, right next to him, is Justin Rose at 302 feet. And looming right behind him is Brooks Koepka.
Woodland continues to play these first 7 holes so well. Now 10 under on him as we go to 6.
Third shot for Oosthuizen.
Kind of squirted out of there. I think he wanted to get under that more. He kind of drove it.
Back at 4, Rose up the hill for birdie.
Yeah, just the opposite of Woodland's. This coming from his right. And as fast as that was down the hill, this is a little bit slower going up.
Have not seen that much this week with Rose and the putter. That right back at him. And Brad, that looked good for a long time.
I was just going to say that lift good right after it lifts. The putter head, it rolled perfectly. See, he uses that line there end over end, and that's one of those you just pat yourself on the back and pretend it went in.
Fourth shot for Louis Oosthuizen at the par 5.
It's makeable. You know, it's fun watching these guys play today, the way they've busted out of the gate. The most intense pressure you could ever put on yourself in a golf tournament would be probably a U.S. Open because of the difficulty. But I think what we have here is a leaderboard packed with players that thrive on the pressure and don't succumb.
Here's where we stand. As the leader, Gary Woodland goes to the par 3 5th. Brooks Koepka absolutely red hot. He has birdied 4 of the first 5 holes, and on the hole he didn't birdie, made a miraculous par at 2. Here's Woodland at 5.
Wind out of the right, flagstick all the way back right. Tough hole location.
You want to guard against a big miss left here. Any kind of miss left, and that's a beauty. Well, if he could have walked up and placed it there, he would have.
Gary's gone birdie, birdie, par at this 5th hole this week. Here's Schauffele for birdie at 10.
Another birdie chance for Schauffele. He can light it up. 5 under on his round today, Joe. 8 under for the championship.
Second shot, Koepka at 6.
195 front. Just playing that front number. Wind out of the right.
Bunker.
That bunker's okay. Not a super hard shot from there.
Flag stick in for Adam Scott for birdie at 10. Rolls it right in. He is 5 under for this final round. 8 under for the week, 5 back. Here's Rose at 5.
204 7-iron.
In the hole!
Boy, those are 2 good shots.
They really are. You don't always have to hit it a foot or 10 feet to be considered a really good shot. This 5th hole is scary. It's dangerous with the Pacific right there to the right. And the miss left is almost impossible to get up and in. They'll take those.
Go to the tee at the 7th, and Rory McIlroy.
102 yards. He's on the left side of the tee there to get the best angle of the back right, coming off birdie on 6. Doesn't have enough. That tap in to erase the double bogey.
Now Louis, tee shot on the way. And that one comes up well short.
Justin Rose putting for birdie at 5.
See Gary Woodland walking in there to take a peek, and Justin Rose with another good putt. Boy, there's no back off in anybody at the top of this board right now. These guys are all dialed in.
Par at 5 for Rose, who's 3 back. 3rd shot for Koepka at 6.
This is only the 3rd bunker he's been in this week. 0 for 2 so far. In contrast to that, Justin Rose has been in 14 bunkers. Of course, Brooks leads the field in greens in regulation too. Not a very good shot.
Gary Woodland for birdie, our leader, by 2.
Gary! In the hole!
Confident putt.
Up at the 7th, Louis Oosthuizen has this to get to -10.
Long putt with the bend there at the end to the right. Oh, he wanted to tie the skin with McIlroy. What a putt by Oosthuizen. That to get him to double figures. Remains 4 back now.
Well, there has been a great golf explosion here in the final round of the 119th U.S. Open Championship. Brooks Koepka birdies 3 of his first 4 to get to within 2. Gary Woodland's playing keep away, birdies the 3rd hole to extend his lead to 3. Koepka birdies 4 of the first 5 holes at 6:14 Eastern time. Now he's going to have to try and make a long putt for birdie at 6.
Hit it, he had it.
And just his 2nd par through the first 6 holes.
He's going to look back, and if that haunts him later in the day. Just an iron for Koepka there. Disappointing par.
Woodland taps in his par. And now he goes to the par 5, 6th.
And over at the 7th, Koepka getting ready to go. He has birdied this par 3 each of the last 2 days.
All right. Medium? Yeah, little on a medium.
102 hole, but it's playing downhill 10, and it's about 6 short of that to cover that right corner. So he's only got hit about an 88-yard shot.
Teeing from the same spot Rory McIlroy teed off from just before him. he's firing at every single flag. Brooks Koepka. What a man.
Up ahead at the 8th, Louis Oosthuizen.
Players want to hit it just right at that walkway or at the left edge of the White House and challenge this fairway. They want to try and get it up. Well, that's a good shot there by Oosthuizen. Well ahead of where most players are hitting it.
Back to 6.
Mandatory to put this in the fairway. Not only to get it on in 2, but to get it to the top of the hill on your second.
Looks like Woodland is going with a long iron here. He did that yesterday. That's a bullet. See if it
And
runs
it's also
out.
way back, Paul. Way back.
Yeah, that's about the shortest shot we've seen the entire championship, Curtis.
Justin Rose eagled this par 5 on Thursday. He's parred the last 2 rounds.
This is the widest fairway on the golf course. They mowed all that rough down on the right-hand side. Now the ocean's in play over there if you squirt one to the right.
It's still intimidating, though.
Sure is.
Perfect by Justin Rose. Second shot for Gary Woodland at the par 5 6th.
Boy, it takes a lot of courage to kick that ball out there to the right and bring it back. What a good shot.
May have mishit his tee shot, didn't mishit that.
Now at the 7th, this for a birdie. This would be the best start of anyone through the first 7 this week.
Boy, he's human. Didn't birdie number 6. That had to feel like a bogey. As easy as that hole's played, and now missing the short one there.
Here's Rose, second shot at 6.
From 235 up the hill, completely blind.
Touch it. Go, Gary!
Fantastic.
Tell you what, we saw some great golf yesterday, Joe. We wondered how these players would respond to the pressure today. And we've gotten our answer very well. I think that this group of guys, I said it earlier, I think they thrive on this kind of pressure. That is some kind of cool looking. That is.
Well, we can only hope the final round golf is as good next year as it is this year. Tickets for the 2020 U.S. Open at Winged Foot Golf Club in New York are now on sale. Visit usopen.com/2020 to get your tickets today. The FIFA Women's World Cup continues Thursday on Fox as Sweden meets the U.S. women's national team. Coverage begins at 2 Eastern on Fox, and all matches are live on Fox FS1 and streaming on the Fox Sports app.
Here's Koepka on the tee at 8.
Good shot. More conservative there, back by that sprinkler head where most of the players are.
We'll go up ahead to the 12th. Adam Scott.
198 yards today. Easier hole location if you come in from the right, just like that. And Adam Scott will have that putt to get 6 under on the day in the low round on the golf course.
Viktor Hovland, his 3rd shot at 18.
Just shows us, Joe, what to look for as this day goes on. 18th, very reachable.
Viktor Hovland making some amateur U.S. Open history here today, it appears. We go back to 6.
Well, Gary Woodland's left it in an ideal position. How about this for strength? Just hit that 270 up the hill, and it's a big hill with a 3-wood, so plenty of club head speed here, but uphill to the hole. Looks like he's changing clubs.
Can he land it on the green, you think, Curtis? Is he going to bounce it?
Oh, I think that's the play, land it right on the front of the green and let it chase back a little bit uphill to the green and then uphill from the front of the green to the flagstick.
Really tight lie in there. Be careful the leading edge doesn't come in early and sabotage your hopes. He's got to get this with the bounce. He's going to try to put some sauce on it. You can tell by his stance. He's set up. Thinned it.
Yeah, Paul came in really low and hot.
Yeah, he thinned it off that tight lie, Curtis.
Birdie putt here for Viktor Hovland. And as he made the golf program at Oklahoma State proud, this is to get to 4 under for the week. Brilliant. And now the scoring record by an amateur at a U.S. Open. The lowest 72-hole score. .280, previous record held by Jack Nicklaus at Cherry Hills in 1960, .282. Future is bright for Viktor Hovland.
Sure is, and Oklahoma State better give that golf coach a raise or he's going to follow Viktor Hovland around on tour and get rich.
That's Alan Bratton. Brandon Wu still has a chance to catch him. We'll see how he finishes here today. He's made everybody at Stanford proud here this week. Back to 6 and Justin Rose.
Moving from the right uphill at the end.
For eagle.
Another one just paints the edge. Wicked horseshoe at the 4th. That'll be an easy birdie for Justin Rose.
Up ahead at the 8th, Koepka 2nd.
204 down the hill, only a couple, 191 front. This is an 8-iron, left to right breeze. This out to the right, dangerous, guys. Got to get up.
Sure does, Steve. That came back in the penalty area in the thick grass. Huge miscue for Brooks Koepka here at 8.
Got a great break at the 2nd. Made an unbelievable par. He'll have to do the same here at 8.
Now our leader Gary Woodland for birdie at 6.
A little downhill here, Joe, but putting away from the ocean behind him is the fast direction, but this green slopes from back to front a little bit.
Koepka parred number 6, the par 5, and Gary Woodland the same. Still only 2 bogeys this week for Woodland.
He's dealing with this pressure quite nicely, actually. He's won 3 times on tour. He's been in the last group 7 times in his career. He's come up empty all 7, but can throw all that out the window. All that matters is today. It's a fine start.
So the birdie for Justin Rose, and here in this final round there will be a total of 3 eagles at number 6. DeChambeau, Webb Simpson, and Adam Scott, who is lighting up Pebble Beach here on Sunday.
This is the last easy hole in about a 5-hole stretch where they really get to the guts of Pebble Beach in the heart of this difficult run. Ocean's on the right-hand side every hole the next 4.
A moment ago at 18, Tiger Woods' 3rd shot. He has just lit it up. 4 over after 6. And then he birdied 7, 8, 13, 14, 16, and has that look at 18.
Too little too late, but had he gotten off to a couple 3 under the first 6 instead of 4 over, a different story.
We mentioned Adam Scott lighting up Pebble Beach. Adam paired with Xander Schauffele. That their 10th birdie and an eagle combined through 12 holes. Adam's just 4 off the lead.
That's his 8th 1-putt green today. Adam Scott, who says he can't putt?
Back at the tee here at the 7th, and Justin Rose.
They'll tee up about 10 or 12 yards, 102 to the hole. Little breeze out of the right. If you want to go aggressively at it, you've got to start this ball the right edge of the green. And that's tough to do.
Smart place to hit it to. There from Rose. We'll have another great look for birdie, and now it'll be Gary Woodland. And his first missed green of this Sunday.
Well, that wasn't far off, too. If it landed on the fringe, most likely would have come back to the hole. Into that little pot bunker on the back of the green. Haven't seen a player there yet.
Now at the 8th, and this is what Koepka faces with his 3rd.
Well, he was taking his medicine there, just getting it into the bunker. Extremely lucky break, and look at that grass up to his shins. Braced up against the hill. The club goes backwards. What a picture there.
Now needs to get this up and in to save bogey.
Really not much green to work with here, fellas. He's got about 12, 15 feet of green, but the first 5 feet of it runs away from him. Really lucky to get that ball out of the penalty area as well.
Mazinger set it back on 6. He still hasn't got up and down from the bunker. Be his first one.
One more look at this from Koepka.
Yeah, that face is open. Watch it cut across. The face stays open. That club goes whipping by the hands to get up in there, and the sand and the ball. Look at it going up at the same time. Get that sand high, the ball goes high.
And back at 7.
Gary Woodland has a semi-fried egg, which means it's come out of the bottom of the plug and on the edge. You should be able to get this up pretty quickly, though. Just kind of stab it, and the ball should jump straight up in the air, Brad.
It looks like he's taking a big upright swing, opening that face. I would be very surprised if this had any kind of follow through at all, just a little one.
Plenty of green.
That will be left for his par.
A moment to go at 18.
Back at 8. Koepka has made 1 bogey all week on the opening 9 holes. It came on the 8th in his opening round. He would love to walk away with a bogey right now.
Well, that's no gimme right there. Over 3 feet, that putt down the hill.
Well, that brings an end to 35 consecutive holes without a bogey. That's a nice stretch of golf.
Go back to the 7th, and Justin Rose for back-to-back birdies.
Tough putt to read here. Looks like it's going to go a little bit to the right with the ocean to the left. Still ought to miss or move a little bit to his right.
Potential chance for a 2-shot swing here. We've got a little gas there. Sensing Woodland in trouble.
Adam Scott on the tee at 13. A moment ago.
Sit quick.
Ooh, out of bounds over there. Oh my goodness. Adam Scott has just jacked it out of bounds here at 13. That is so far offline.
Zengi's only hit 4 fairways today.
That's so uncharacteristic.
6 under for this final round, but that's going to change, you would have to believe, after the 13th hole. Back to 7.
And Woodland, a lengthy one to save par.
See that graphic, the putt just over 7 feet. Wind's picked up a little bit. Don't think it's enough to affect these putts.
He has been a par-saving machine at Pebble Beach. Has not made a bogey through the first 7 holes this entire week. And we'll stay here to see if Rose can convert his for par.
Well, he's 4 out of 5 out of the sand. Both worked hard to make 3 here. See that flag whipping a little bit more right now.
Tiger Woods now up ahead at 18 for birdie. Strong finish. A round of 69. And his lowest round in a U.S. Open in 10 years. This year's Masters champion missed the cut at the PGA Championship at Bethpage Black. And his search for tour win number 82 and major championship number 16 goes on.
I would have 70-30. Yeah. Who's to argue? Yeah.
Roger that. Sorry, sir. I think can you come up behind this gentleman?
You're fine, mate. You say that. Perfect. You're right,
Okay, man, the meat of the golf course starts right here. 8, 9, 10. It's all you want.
Big bounce. Tumble, tumble, tumble.
That's way back.
Sure is. 10 yards back of that sprinkler head. We keep seeing players getting it right by. He knew it.
The strength of this man's game is tee to green. He's going to need it.
Good iron from Woodland. I really think that putt he made on 7 is a real statement for Gary. Chance to drop a shot, make his first bogey. He looks so comfortable off the tee into the green. And what an up and down.
A moment ago at the tee at 9, Koepka.
That is pure. Just what he needed after the bogey at 8.
Back here at the 8th, Justin Rose set to go.
That's a 7-iron from 212 down the hill.
Well, a lot of players misjudging the yardage here. We saw Koepka hit it in the hazard, and if that was a little right, that would have gone in the hazard as well.
Here at 9, Louis Oosthuizen for par.
Oh yes, confidently hold there by Oosthuizen.
Back at the 8th and Woodland.
That's a big 8-iron.
Perfect club there, Curtis. One of the closest we've seen these last few groups.
One of the few players to carry it over that bunker and stop it on this green. Second smallest green on the golf course. Third smallest green on the golf course, but the hardest one to hit from that far back.
Our Lexus Tracer as we look at Koepka's second shot at 9.
This from 222, guys. 6-iron wind off Carmel Beach to the right.
Steve, he's in a little bit of a funk here, a little bit of a bad run for Koepka after that great start. Didn't take advantage of the easy par 5. Just hit an iron into there, missed a short birdie putt on 6.
2 in a row out to the right.
7.
Back here at 8, Justin Rose's third on the way.
Kind of had to challenge that shot a little bit. If you landed on the front, he hits a downslope. Could have elected to go really high. And I got to test her down the hill.
Koepka's third shot at 9.
Well, whatever momentum he had through the first 5 holes, he's coughed it up. The last 3. Look at this guy get up and in.
Oh my.
That's a great save there.
Missed the green right. Knocks it up to tap-in range for par. Here's Adam Scott for bogey. Out of bounds off the tee here at 13. And this great round is getting derailed.
Aerial coverage provided by our friends at Goodyear. They have done an unbelievable job this week when the clouds have allowed. And back here at the 8th, it will be Woodland for birdie.
And the fast ones, it's going to be down the hill. Just about any time you get it beyond the hole here, it's coming back down the hill pretty quickly, but should move a little bit to his left. It's all about speed, though. And Brad, I completely agree. I think the putt he made on the last hole was huge. As we always say, sometimes those par putts keep the round going, and it's so much more important than it may be a birdie putt.
That red line's the high line. If you hit it slowly, see which one he elects. Goes up high.
Well judged.
Just got it outside that red line by a second.
That's such a cool graphic.
It's a beautiful.
Here's Oosthuizen second shot at 10.
Sounded fat. Acting like it's fat. That's probably to the left. And there it goes. That is a horrid place to end up. See how dark green that grass is. It's definitely over the height of his shoes and probably up somewhere near the top of his socks.
For par for Koepka at 9.
That's a real clutch save there after the bogey at 8. When you go 35 straight holes without a bogey and then get in that kind of trouble at 9. Sometimes those are the hardest shots when you're close to the green like that and you've got all that putting surface to go across. Koepka handled it perfectly.
Now back at the 8th, and a big par putt upcoming for Justin Rose.
You know, these putts don't look that hard, but when you have to hit it so easy, it's so difficult sometimes to get it started high enough. And this is one of those.
Gives himself a little scolding there and drops a shot at the 8th. Miss hit iron shot off the tee. Miss club second shot.
While we have a moment, let's send it down to Joel Klatt.
All right, thanks, guys. Victor, if I told you you broke Jack Nicklaus's U.S. Open record, what would you say?
I didn't know that.
Okay, so
that's pretty sweet.
282 in 1960 at Cherry Hills. You come in at a score of 280. So that is the lowest score in U.S. Open history by an amateur. It's got to make you feel special.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
this championship in particular has got to be so special to you. You win the AM here last year. Now you come here, you're right in the thick of things for low AM. What is it about Pebble that's so special?
I don't know. I mean, you just take a look around and you just see the views, and it's an awesome place. And I've been fortunate enough to perform well here in the past and have some good memories here, not only for the U.S. Amateur, but we have a college tournament out here, and we've normally won the tournament as a team as well. So just a bunch of good memories out here.
Victor, heck of a week, man, and good luck in the future, buddy.
Thank you.
You got it.
Here at 9, Gary Woodland, our leader, now by 3.
It's got to be. Oh, it's a duck hook. Oh.
Thanks, man.
Unfortunately, it didn't get outside the gallery, and that's going to be thick. That's a double cross. Gary Woodland has been consistently hitting a fade.
Koepka at 10.
Those bunkers are reachable, Joe. That ball needs to curve just a little bit. Oh, he took him out of play.
Koepka 10 under, 3 under for this round, 3 shots back. Here's Justin Rose, who started the day trailing Woodland by 1, now trailing by 3.
9th hole only playing 533 today. Par 4.
And that rides that ridge, finds the fairway. Well, Gary Woodland is giving a look up ahead as he plays here at 9. How about this stat? U.S. Open history. Over the last 50 years, the fewest bogeys or worse, 4. Gary Woodland has had 2 bogeys this week. Payne Stewart, Rory McIlroy, Bill Haas. Guys who have accomplished that list of fewest bogeys or worse in U.S. Open with their 4. Payne back in '91, he won. Rory in 2011. Bill Haas finished tied for 5th in 2017. But he's going to have, he being Gary Woodland, his work cut out for him here at 9.
Well, one of his 2 bogeys is right here on number 9, Curtis, and that looked like he didn't quite finish his backswing, and he's got some tendencies to watch for, doesn't he?
His tendency is to get quick from the top, back to the ball.
But you don't want this. I mean, once you get it over the hill, right? All you got to do is get right here.
His tendency is he wants to work on keeping the right arm away from the body at the top of the swing and on the downswing. Give himself some room. He down cocks a lot. This, not a bad lie, but the problem is he's 254 to the hole. And it looks like he's just laying up.
You know, he slipped yesterday on the 14th hole. He's definitely laying up. We're looking on the replays during break to see if his feet slipped. They did not.
That's just a defensive play with this hazard down the entire right side of this fairway.
This is Oosthuizen for bogey at 10. So he will slide farther back in this right now. At this moment, looks like a 3-horse race.
Sure does.
Here's Justin Rose now, second shot at 9.
217 down the hill, wind off to the right a little bit. Flagstick all the way back left.
And that creeps back onto the green as he carried that just enough. Beautiful shot.
Really good shot.
Here at 10, second shot, Brooks Koepka.
191 to the front, guys. 7-iron. Got to favor the left side of the green here. Ball below his feet.
There's that patented cut shot.
Able to save his par at 9. He'll have that look at birdie at 10 as he sits 3 back, but Gary Woodland had to lay up at 9. How about a reset? Gary Woodland, our leader. 13 under through 8 holes here today. Seeking his first career major win. Justin Rose is hanging right in there. Brooks Koepka got off to that fast start, looking for his 3rd straight U.S. Open championship, and Louis Oosthuizen just gave one back at the 10th. He's now 6 shots off the lead. 3rd shot here for Gary Woodland.
Awkward lie, ball below his feet on the downslope, 168.
Fantastic.
Trying to avoid making his 3rd bogey of the championship, Gary Woodland. And I'll tell you what, Joe, this guy, 169th in scrambling for the year, but you can toss that out the window because this week he's been brilliant on and around the greens, and this would be probably his best up and down of the week, but he's made some long putts, and he's leading the field in scrambling.
Yeah, and I think the question now is, does he save par yet again, as you say, coming off that shot, and who's going to chase him down? I mean, Brooks Koepka got off to that fast start. He just saved his par at 9. We'll see what he can do at 10, but he's the guy you look at. We looked at him coming in for obvious reasons, and he's still right there within striking distance in good position.
He sure is, and it looks like it might be a 3-horse race, as you said. A bunch of guys at 7 under, 6 shots off the pace now. And, you know, coincidentally, it is the up and down game that has kept Brooks Koepka alive, and Justin Rose, as Gary Woodland and those other 2 rank 1, 2, and 3 in scrambling this week.
A moment ago, Adam Scott at 14. What a shot. So that was a moment ago. Coming off that double at 13, trying to answer right back. Now Schauffele
is one of the 7 unders who really are going to have to. Oh, that's a good one. Got to 8. That puts him in 4th all by himself.
Here's Koepka with his birdie putt at 10.
23 feet back toward the water. Will be downhill and kind of quick. Going to his right. Hold out so beautifully on the first 5 holes. Lost a little bit of momentum. This one very makeable.
I think the par on 6 kind of slowed him down, and when he missed the short birdie putt on 7, Steve, just 2 really good lost opportunities, I think, slowed his momentum. And now, again, as Curtis alluded to, this is the real teeth of the golf course here, and probably the most critical stretch for the leaders is how they get through 8 through 13.
Still 3 back.
Over at the 16th, Dustin Johnson to get back to even par for the championship.
Really tough hole location here. Way up on the right side. Hard to get an iron close. See how much break around this cup. I think the positive is he kept a left or right or above the hole.
Justin Rose for birdie at 9.
Fabulous shot here from well over 200 yards. And you know, the magic has just gone right out of the short stick for Justin Rose as he led the field by a wide margin in putting. Just 72 putts the first 3 rounds, but today a different story for Justin Rose. He's getting the close but no cigar award.
Well, this stretch of 8, 9, and 10, 3 of the 4 toughest holes out here this week. Justin Rose has played them brilliantly at the start of the day. Played 8 through 18 at 7 under par. Through that stretch, he's now 6 under par after his bogey at 8 a moment ago. He'll have his par putt coming up, and this for a big par for our leader, Gary Woodland.
This would be his 16th par save from over 5 feet this week. It's to the right all the way. Things just get a little tighter.
The lead is down to 2.
Adam Scott and Xander Schauffele are in the best position to post, sitting on 8 under par. If they can get in at 11 under par, that'll give everybody something to think about.
And Zing, this man right now, just 2 back here at 11.
Collecting 3-wood. We've seen some players hit driver, but really crucial to hit the fairway to get it close to this whole location. This small green here.
Justin Rose for his par.
That's 16 putts on the front. He's headed for 32, and he's averaged 24 each day, so he's definitely doesn't have the same magic that he had each of the first 3 rounds.
The USGA Foundation provides critical resources to programs that support the game's health for all those who love and play it. To help positively impact the game, visit usga.org/support.
Up at the 11th, Rory from just off the back. This for birdie.
Well, we've seen so many players elect to putt from right off the rough here. Good play. Trickling putt down there.
Why not, huh, Rory?
What an up and down round. Disappointing start right off the bat with that double bogey. 6 on 2. He missed the fairway left. Birdie, bogey, birdie, birdie. Crazy.
Here's Matt Wallace for birdie at 14. He's 6 under, and the Englishman is playing his best golf in a U.S. Open. Playing in his 3rd. He's missed the cut each of his first 2 tries. 6 under.
30 down, 70 out the right. 3 did you say 70 down, 30 off the right? 30 down, 70 off the right.
Well, here we go, guys. Start of the back 9. The final 9 of the championship. This is when things get real, Curtis.
Justin Rose has played this back 9 at 7 under par this week. Our leader Gary Woodland has played at 3 under. Koepka even.
Holes are so long here, so important to put it in the fairway.
It's amazing how many times you see a guy let go with one arm and hit the ball perfectly straight. Justin Rose obviously not as dialed in this week, except on and around the greens. He's been brilliant.
Here's Gary Woodland.
Well, he put that tee shot on 9 behind him. Stripes it here off the 10th. That is perfect.
Up the 11th, Koepka ready to go.
Up the hill wedge. How to use some spin. Oh, he did. This could get all the way down. Boy, he's been masterful at getting this ball past the hole and spinning it back. He did it on 3, he did it on 4, and he does it now at 11. And
Justin Rose at 10.
191 to the front. Flagstick only 10 paces on front right. 201. Wind out of the right. Look for this to be right in the middle of the green. Hazard line is only 3 paces from the surface on the right.
Get lucky.
Get flying. Yeah.
Coming up short once again.
It's been the pattern for Justin Rose. He's having a hard time hitting greens in regulation.
Back at the 11th is to get within 1 for Brooks Koepka.
Straight up the hill, 10 feet.
Right in the center.
broke a little bit to the right at the end. That's his 8th one-putt green of the day. Koepka now 1 back of Gary Woodland. Boy, he righted the ship just like Paul Azinger said back on 9.
Gary Woodland's second shot at 10. His lead is down to 1.
Pressure's really getting amped up on Gary Woodland now. He's won 3 times, Joe. He knows what it feels like to try to win. He's had last group experience, and then a couple years, or last year, he played with Tiger on Sunday, which was a circus, and he's got a lot of great experience, and so far, so good.
Now it's time for Who's Winning and Why, sponsored by Cisco, the bridge to possible. And you look at the second 9 this week around Pebble Beach. It's supposed to be tough. Hasn't been for Gary Woodland and Justin Rose. Rose is 7 under par on this back 9. Brooks Koepka, who you saw just make birdie at 11, now 1 under on his back 9. Rose will need to lean on that and needs to get something going here at Pebble Beach.
Question is, where is Justin Rose's golf ball here at 10? Short right. You could hear him say, get lucky, get lucky. It didn't look like he got too lucky.
Well, you know, if that marshal is a marshal and not just a trespasser, then it looks like his ball may be down that hill a little bit, you know, but it's not. You see Justin stop up top there. Curtis?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's outside the hazard. It's in a very thick lie, but the tough part about this, he's not very far from the hole, so you're going to give it a pretty good whop. But you're only 22, 25 feet from the hole.
He's going to have to get in there, Curtis, and evaluate that lie, whether that ball's all the way down on the bottom and touching the ground, or if he can get the club to slide past it.
No, it's not on the ground. It's a type of fluffy lie, but there's just a lot of thick grass around his ball. It's not the worst I've seen this week.
Well, this is all about measuring up and catching it on the part of the face you want to catch it on. You can tell by his practice swing how thick that grass is. 0 for 2 today and scrambling, and that's been his strength the last 3 days. Not quite the same Justin Rose in the last hour or so that we've seen.
Gary Woodland with a long putt for birdie.
Okay, this was earlier at the 12th. Louis Oosthuizen now 5 back.
Whoa!
This is going way right.
Ooh, that could go out of bounds.
And there has been a big delay following that. And the reason Koepka's just standing on the tee and not playing.
We'll come back to that. We'll pick it back up here at the green at 10 and check in on Gary Woodland, the leader.
He and his caddy are looking at their books and trying to get a sense of the speed. I can tell him it's downhill the whole way.
He's been brilliant on the greens this week, Curtis. No 3-putts so far.
Well, that's fine and good, but the pressure starts to amp up here as you know, last 9 holes of a major.
He'll be pretty happy with that one. You know, he hadn't shied off either, Joe. A lot of times when you're starting to feel it, it's almost a suffocating kind of pressure. You tend to leave all these putts short, and Gary Woodland hadn't shown much of a sign of that at all.
Justin Rose will try to save his par.
Well, not much to this. Just barely back up the slope. This wears on you after a while. Continue time and time again to have to save par. Especially for a guy who's a good ball striker that ordinarily doesn't play the game like this.
Curtis, there's a graphic on the screen. 36 1-putts this week for Justin Rose. That's more than half the holes.
Well, the good news is he's putting very well. The bad news is he has to. But once again, I'm sure he's saying to himself, just one more time, I promise I'll hit it better.
Well, he needs to putt better. He had 16 putts on the front. The formula at U.S. Opens is generally fairways and greens, and he hasn't been able to do that, but this club saved him over and over again.
And again, kind of felt like a must make for Justin Rose to likely stay within a couple. Depends on what Woodland does and if he taps this in for his par.
Not even that clown behind him could distract Gary Woodland at this point. Some guy waving a sign back there. I don't know what that's all about, but didn't bother that guy.
Now up at the 12th. This a long putt for par for Louis Oosthuizen. Just standing back on the tee. Brooks Koepka waiting. Louis now 6 back.
If anything, the slightest bit of help, but play it straight across, yeah.
Sorry, do you reckon I get just 2 steps back? You're not quite as in my eye line. I will, thank you. That's awesome, thank you.
Now Rory to save his par.
And Rory only missed the green by 4 yards, and he couldn't even go at this hole with his pitch shot. Hit a great one just to get to here.
He was waiting on the side of that green for a long time for that big drop.
The roller coaster for Rory continues. Now the green clearing. Koepka ready.
198 down the hill for Brooks, but it's only 190 front. He's got a 6-iron. Wind is just slightly hurting off his left. Difficult hole location on this front kind of rightish side of the green.
Well, it's difficult if you try to fade it.
This one way up in the air. Got to go, guys.
That's a really tough bunker shot. Phil Mickelson early in the day had it from there and couldn't get within 20 feet. Slopes away from Koepka there. Another big mistake.
Back at 11, Justin Rose.
No chance.
That right rough is just brutal.
It's only his second missed fairway of the day. Taking a hybrid or a 3-3 wood there just to try and keep it in this fairway in this short par 4. Wind pushing that way, and oh, it's thick.
Now Gary Woodland, second day in a row, he's playing this aggressive with driver.
I love this play. It's a big show of confidence. But again, just like Rose, he's going to miss it into the right rough.
Back here at the 11th, and Justin Rose, second on the way from 128.
Got lucky to have a decent lie out of there, but takes a conservative approach there and in a good spot just left of the green where it's not a bad place to chip from. And tell you what, hitting in this rough on 11, not good.
Now Koepka here at 12.
Speaking of not good, the bunker here lips it out. Was it half the players in there, Shane, who got up and down today?
Go to the 16th. Adam Scott, with some of the players struggling, all of a sudden had a chance, and that is well past.
It's hard to imagine from that distance he couldn't even hit the hole. It's 4 times farther away than when he started. He's looking at it like it might have hit something. Ugh.
And back at 11, and Curtis Strange let us know in break that this lie is just dreadful.
Well, I'm not going to say from 90. Let's listen.
You looked at just a little bit of fairway, not you can get it right there with Rose and keep it laying. Anything in front's good.
He only has 97 yards, but just has to go to the front left. Terrible lie. Can't control it if he could hit it that far.
Got to hit it on the chimney of that house or just left of it. Can't afford to even attempt. Wow, that was a hard swing.
Way up in the air.
Are you kidding me? That's the best.
Unbelievable there.
Curtis, there are not many players that could do that shot.
Well, they were talking about the front left of the green.
He defied Brendan Little. Brendan said just hit to the front of the green. What a swing there. That was harder than his driver swing.
Power. And more power to get this out.
And Shane, it's really hard to control the distance your ball goes when you have that much speed in an open-faced club.
And Gary Woodland just went down and got that. And he now has a birdie putt at 11. We'll go to 12. Koepka to save par.
Should break a hair to his right. Huge putt.
And Brooks Koepka now 1 of 5 this week in sand saves. He will drop the shot he picked up at 11. And now Adam Scott at 16. This for bogey.
Good comeback there. We're just trying to think what the winning score might be. And did Adam Scott, if he made a couple birdies, would he have a chance? And huge miss there.
Back at the 11, Justin Rose.
Like his short game, guys.
Yeah, it looked like he snagged it a little bit, a couple in a row, saying. Rehearsing it. And I have this favorite book by this guy named Arnold Holtain, The Mystery of Golf, and he could do no wrong the first 3 days. This book written in 1908. God, you don't understand it. How can it change so badly? Couldn't hit a fairway for 3 days.
Well, Gary Woodland has right around 15 feet, slightly down the hill, but pretty good breaker from left to right. Huge putt here with Koepka just bogeying this to go to 13 and a 3-shot lead. Unbelievable second shot he just hit there, man.
We're just shaking our heads still at it, Curtis. How many players in the field could have done that? Maybe Koepka.
Maybe DJ, but just a handful. I know that.
That's it.
Strength.
And that ball landed on the green. The players that have hit it in this right rough, it's cost almost a complete shot compared to the players that hit in the fairway.
All things considered, real solid par for Gary Woodland.
Up ahead at the par 4 13th, Koepka.
It's another one of those holes, Joe, that you pretty much have to put it on the fairway. Those right bunkers are really difficult if he reaches them. Oh boy, that's going to be up against the lip, I think. Hole cut in the far back right portion of this green.
Back at the 11th, another lengthy par putt for Justin Rose.
You know, we've talked all week long. He hasn't been sharp from tee to green, been excellent on the green and around the greens, but it looks like finally it might be catching up. This up the hill.
Oh, yeah, what a save for Rose.
Huge putt at 10, bigger putt at 11.
Just when we count them up, the putter wakes up. 2 back.
A little bit earlier, Dustin Johnson for birdie at 18.
Disappointing week for Dustin Johnson. The first 3 rounds he hit it really nicely, Joe, and couldn't get any putts. A lot of people thought that Dustin Johnson was going to be the man to beat here. Got a nice track record. at Pebble, and you heard him just say it's been like that all week.
Second at the Masters, second at the PGA Championship. That run of runner-up finishes will end here in this U.S. Open, with the Open Championship upcoming in July at Royal Portrush. Here is Wu, the amateur, for bogey. His college graduation at Stanford for today, but boy, did he show well here this week at Pebble Beach. Finishes one over.
Invaluable experience.
Rose now at the 12th, and that means Viktor Hovland, low am at the Masters, will be low amateur here at Pebble Beach.
Has 198 to the hole, 8 flagstick, 8 paces on. Don't want to fly it any more than 190.
A draw to get it in that entrance there. Oh, that's that thickest part there. That's where we saw Woodland yesterday. Rose birdied this hole yesterday. 6-iron doesn't seem to be enough club.
You have a completely different hole than yesterday. You had the entire green in which to work. Now he has to skirt it between these 2 bunkers that guard the front right and front left of this green.
And Curtis, we haven't seen many players get it to the surface here at the 12th.
That settled in some deep rough, and he's going to have to go over that bunker, then down the hill. 2 big misses here in this final pairing.
He had a miracle par save here yesterday. He's going to need another one here today.
Up ahead at 13, second shot for Brooks Koepka.
151 uphill into a light breeze. Really awkward stance. This is a rocket.
Oh my gosh, Steve, he got it over the lip and all the way back there. That bunker has been a no-go for the majority of the field. That's the shot of the championship so far for Koepka.
Well, we mentioned the miracle save from Woodland. Let's go back to what happened yesterday when the final pairing of Gary and Justin Rose reached the 12th, sponsored by Deloitte, who invites you to only see possible. This was Woodland off the green to save par. Just an unreal save from Woodland, who just continues to save par after par, and Rose calmly rolls this in for birdie after the chip in from Woodland. So we'll go to the 14th. Again, looked like a bogey, smelled like a bogey, and it was not a bogey. Looked like the ball might roll back down to his feet. Walks away with a 5. What does Rose do? Calmly rolls it in on top of him for bird.
Incredible, and that birdie Rose made was a 4-iron third shot into 14. And Gary Woodland sits atop this leaderboard at 12 under par, the same score Tiger won with in 2000, but Tiger won by 15 shots. Woodland up by 2.
Woodland just arriving to check that lie here at the 12th.
Well, I looked at it and could barely see it. So it's down deep, a lot of grass around the ball. Got to carry the bunker downhill all the way to the hole. This is not pretty.
Hey, Curtis, as Gary walks up, what's best case scenario in terms of what the lead could be?
Well, I think you have to be careful here with this lie. If you had a decent lie, you might be able to hit a big flop shot and take the chance, but you just don't know how the ball's going to react out of this grass. So I think you have to play a more conservative, safe shot, and therefore it's going to be 20 feet from the hole.
Curtis, he's
15, 20 feet from the hole.
He's making a big swing with an open face. It looks like he's going to go up.
Yeah. Well, he has to go up. It's just a matter of how high and how close to the bunker he wants to try to land it.
Got to be strong to get through this grass like the last hole.
Good shot.
Great shot. That's just, sometimes you have to take your medicine.
Well, it landed right on the front of the green from him, and impossible.
Well, who knows what's going to happen there. This is Brooks Koepka at 13 to get to 11 under for birdie.
Well, if he can pay off that iron shot, it's okay. Koepka doesn't know that Gary Woodland's in trouble behind him. That's a good solid par after hitting it that bunker.
Now Justin Rose.
Well, that was a great break for that ball to end up in the sand. Unlike Woodlands yesterday, it stayed up in the brow of that bunker in the thick grass. Great shot from Rose. He continues to dazzle us out of the bunkers this week.
And we'll stay here. Woodland again needs a minor miracle to save par.
Yeah, this is a tough read too, because it's coming off the shoulder from the bunker on the right. Flattens up the last 5 or 6 feet.
See Gary and Brennan here looking in their greens book. It gives them some slope, the percentage of slope and grades. Not many putts happen from this part of green to this hole location for birdie anyway today. And like you said, Curtis, I always thought this was one of the most difficult greens on the golf course to read.
I think they're all hard to read. This overall, I think, has to move from his right to left, outside the hole.
Gary Woodland has not made a bogey on the back nine this week. We mentioned Woodland's run of 2 bogeys in this championship. When he arrived at the 9th, he has now made 2 bogeys over his last 4 holes.
Curtis called that ball was breaking left and then just straightened out. It's confounding green. A lot of players miss this putt on the right.
Now the lead just 1 over Koepka and Rose. Rose this for par.
Stand now, guys, please. Thanks.
Well, he answered yesterday with a birdie. Justin Rose, after making 2 par putts on 10 and 11, shoves that one out to the right.
Right, huh? I knew my left centre foot.
Both players in our final pairing make 4 at the 12th.
Here you go. Yeah, it definitely went to the right. You see him. You heard him say to Gareth Lord, it went out to the right. It looked like he was playing that straight. Could have been a little push too.
Koepka at the par 5 14th.
Boy, good break that got to the right of the bunker, Joe. That's a tough layup from the sand.
Up at the green, McIlroy for birdie. Just cannot get it going. Made that double at 2 and kind of a harbinger of things to come. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Now Justin Rose back at the tee at 13.
Yeah, that short miss back there at 12 is critical. It probably feels like ripping a Band-Aid off the hairiest part of your arm. Just a shocker. It's got to be down that left side and avoid that bunker. That's a beauty. He's only 2 back.
Koepka 1 back. Woodland.
This comes down to a me against you. Forget the hardware. Just trying to beat 2 guys really right now. That is no good. The hole's on the right.
Way to the right.
Big bunker protecting it, Curtis, and he might get a break there. He's got a little bit of a lie, but still no chance to get that close.
Had the 54-hole lead coming in. Has a 1-shot lead at the moment, and way right on 13 is Gary Woodland. While we were away, second shot by Brooks Koepka at the par 5 14th.
Just got to put this in the fairway anywhere, Joe. Cannot play this shot from the rough to that hole location, and that is a beauty. It's all he could do. It's also all he needed.
Koepka trailing by 1 with Woodland in trouble off the tee at 13. Gary Woodland has found where his drive settled.
Well, he's got a pretty decent lie over there where the spectators have walked. It's fluffy, but he'll get the club on the back of the ball. It's just a terrible angle into this hole. Flag stick back right. He just has to go up the left center of the green. 160.
62, right? You got 5 off the right. Try to play at 60. What's got him? You're into the wind. So it's okay. You think it's coming out hard? I just don't think it's coming out hard. I mean, if not, it's 60 into the wind. It's got to come out hard to get there. You got 5 right of it. If anything, finish it over the left end of the tower. Left, you're coming back up the hill. Just a smidge out of your left hand.
Cannot afford to miss to the right.
That is something special. Never expecting it to take that line.
Third shot, Koepka at the par 5.
This plays really long back up that hill. Oh boy, sitting okay, and he's got room there. Off that severe upslope, he's going to have to hit a gentle little flop.
Second shot for Justin Rose now at 13. Rose sitting 2 back. We just saw that great effort by Gary Woodland a moment ago. And now on this Father's Day, we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth. Joe Buck along with Paul Azinger. And this is just fascinating to watch as we look at this leaderboard right now. It is still that 3-horse race we talked about earlier.
It sure is. And I think what we've got now is you got Gary Woodland, who's I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. He's never done it before, versus Justin Rose and Brooks Koepka, who are saying, I know I can do this. I've done this before. So that's kind of what it's coming down to. Gary Woodland's capable, but since that duck hook on 9, Joe, he had a good drive on 10, and he just keeps missing to the right. Right on 11, right on 12, right on 13. And suddenly, Gary Woodland has a 2-shot miss, a 2-way miss, I should say.
Fourth shot for Koepka at 14.
Yeah, he's the I know I can, I've done this before guy up against the I think I can, Gary Woodland. And believe me, there's a lot going on in their head. The wheels are turning. And if I'm Gary Woodland, I'm just going to make it about me against Brooks and me against Justin Rose. They put their pants on the same way I do. And, you know, just sweep around your own porch here, Gary. And you're only up against 2 guys now.
Justin Rose in the bunker, short again with an iron as he plays the 13th.
And not a good lie at all. Up against the indentation of the rake. You know, I just wonder what's going on with his swing. He's missed so many short this week and to the right. You got to think that he knows what he's doing wrong. He just can't seem to fix it in competition.
Not in.
Phones, bud. Thanks.
Weird looking shot, the way that ball came out of there.
See if Koepka makes his par at 14.
Beautiful pitch from over there on the left side of the green. That upslope saved him. The last time the U.S. Open was here, that was shaved, Joe, and that might have rolled all the way out of bounds. The USJ didn't like the way that looked, and maybe not out of bounds, but so far down the hill it crossed the cart path.
Third shot at 18 for Xander Schauffele.
Xander's the guy that can post. If he can make that, he can post 8 under par. Be just 3 back.
Here's Woodland at 13.
That is some kind of par, Joe, from where he drove it. Gutsy second shot.
He is even par for this final round and will hold there through 13. So a par for Gary Woodland. Justin Rose trying to salvage a par here at 13.
Well, this is the 4th straight hole he's had outside of 5 feet for par. $10, $11, $12, now $13.
That's a dagger right there to Justin Rose. Middle of the fairway. He makes
okay, guys,
bogey.
just stand a second, please. Thank you.
Gary Woodland 30 yards right of the fairway, coming away with par. Now the all-important tee shot for Gary Woodland at 14, although I believe he's going to treat that like a 3-shot hole, that par 5 today.
Rose bogeyed this 13th yesterday, and he walks away with a disappointing bogey today, back-to-back at 12 and 13.
Well, you can tell by his body language. He knew how critical that was. It's a killer when it happens from the middle of the fairway.
We go to 15. The hole Brooks Koepka has parred each of the first 3 days.
This is his driving iron. Right rough is not easy to make birdie out of. Terrible angle to the front right flag. That's way right. I don't think we've seen any player today over that far.
Now at the par 5, Gary Woodland leading by 1.
That looked like a much smoother, much slower transition. And just like anybody else under pressure, the swing can tend to get short, Joe. And when you hit a duck hook like that on 9, it's easy to overcorrect.
This for Schauffele to get to 8 under par. Xander Schauffele was 5 under through 10. Cooled off after that. Here's Rose now at 14. And just hanging on the edge.
Back here at the 15th, Brooks Koepka's second.
Shame there's only been 2 birdies from the rough today on this hole. Only 1 from the right side. Oh, just the ability to hit it that straight on line and get it on the green. What a good shot.
Here's Justin Rose Thinking about his second shot at 14.
75.
This is a big decision that they're going to make right here, whether or not he takes a crack or tries to rely on his wedge game.
Paul, he can't hit it far enough, so if you get it up close to this green where the hole location is, I don't think you have much of a third, so he's taking out a layup club.
He's hunting down now the best yardage for his third shot, Curtis. That's a beauty.
We'll go up a hole. Koepka ready to go for birdie.
40 feet, guys, really fast down the hill. Big breaker to the right.
Picked up a lot of speed down that slope. All settled into a little divot there. Boy, we're certainly starting to see struggles from everybody at the top. It looks like it was so easy until this back nine.
Koepka's father reacting. Looked good for a long time.
Second shot. Gary Woodland, our leader, at the par 5.
This surprises me. This surprises me, Curtis. Let's see what he's got.
He's only got 249 to the front right. He's got plenty of strength to get it there. Here we go. Going out the front left bunker. Carried it. Carried it.
What a shot that is. That takes a lot of guts. Out of bounds, tight to the right side.
Hey, John, you can hit that shot.
What a shot.
Sepp Straka has the only eagle here today at number 14.
Can't tell you how good that is. Severely uphill. Now, all of a sudden, this putt is huge for Koepka.
What a four. What a pressure putt.
Had to have it, and he got it. Koepka's got 3 to go.
Got to take another look at Gary Woodland's second shot here to 14. That is blasted. 263 yards to the hole. That's a 255-yard carry uphill. And I got to tell you, it's cold out there.
Here's Justin Rose, third shot.
I think the hardest third shot in par 5, straight up the hill, hard to judge the distance. Big, huge bunker looking right at you. Small target.
Do it, Jared.
Good shot.
He doesn't know for sure where that is. He's just judging that shot now by the applause.
We'll go to the 16th, Chez Reavie.
Downhill dogleg right, all position for the players this week. Just got to carry the cross bunker and keep it short of the bunkers on the right, and A1 there. One of the easiest fairways for the players to hit all week long. Riley having a good tournament for himself, Shane.
Reeve even par on his round today. Just 4 shots off the lead now, Koepka. And we'll take a look at this tee shot with our Lexus Tracer.
Repeat!
Long iron there and kept that down. Powers it by Reeves. A perfect shot. You got to be in this fairway, this whole location, in the back right, up on the highest part of the green. Very difficult to get it close.
While he was playing, here's a reception for Gary Woodland at 14. What a shot.
They waited all day to see something like that, and the leader of this championship delivered. Now, it's been brilliant around the greens all week, Curtis. None more important than this.
Yeah, that's a tricky little lie, tricky little shot when you come in with a lofted club like he has. Have to be precise.
You almost want to try to whiff this thing knowing that you cannot. That way you'll never dump it. That's okay. Not great. Got a little work left.
I can't tell you how good a 3-wood that just was.
You know, you only hit a handful of 3-woods like that in a career, really, if you think about it. You know, it's like a 1-iron or something off a tight lie, and it's
like Jack's 1-iron over here 17 years ago.
That's right. You don't get a whole lot of those in a lifetime.
Well, especially on this stage. It's easy on Tuesday afternoon.
Justin Rose for birdie.
This is one of the flattest putts he's had all day long.
You know, in his mind right now, he's probably thinking this is a must make. Woodland sitting in there just 3.5, 4 feet away for birdie. And there is some movement in this left to right. He's putting down towards the ocean from here. This is the fast direction.
I will finish.
Rose for his par.
Well, the real dagger for Rose was on the previous hole, making bogey from the middle of the fairway.
Did that while Gary Woodland made par from the right rough.
That's right. Now Woodland can go 4 shots ahead of Justin Rose if he can make this.
And it would give him a 2-shot advantage on Koepka.
That's right. Well, it'll be a 2-horse race if Koepka makes this. I think Justin Rose's hopes are dashed. If he misses it now, that'd be a different story. But this goes in. It's going to be down to 2 guys.
Paul, this is a point in time in the round that I don't think it's all about stroke. I don't think it's about anything other than willing this ball in the hole. He knows if he makes this, he takes a 2-shot lead.
What a birdie.
Boy, he just calmly stepped up there and rolled that in. Beautiful stroke.
And up ahead, Koepka's second.
153 straight downhill. This online, guys.
Well, there's no center of the green for Brooks Koepka, taking dead aim. That'll be a massive right to left break. But right at the flag.
Jon Rahm at 18 for birdie. He was 3 under through 7 today. 1 over since. Seven under for the week. Shoots 68 today, and really for the first time in his young career contending in a U.S. Open. His best previous finish, a tie for 23rd at Oakmont in 2016. As we go back to 15.
Well, yesterday he hit a beautiful stinger out here. Just 220, 230 off the tee. That's another one.
He loves it. And Zing and Curtis, I can't help but thinking in 1992, Tom Kite playing the final day took a 3-wood out on 14. Mike Carrick, his caddy, made him go because he knew he could get at that front bunker, and he got up and down. It reminds me of, Brendan Little, caddy for Mike Weir when he won the Masters, and I'm sure that voice is in Woodland's head. But let's be aggressive, and he took command right there.
Yeah, that's a good point, Brad. That was a gutsy effort to take a crack at that 14th green, and for him to get it over that bunker. Goodness.
Enough for left.
Yeah.
You got to miss those bunkers on the left here. Nope. Right in it.
Rose now 4 back of Gary Woodland. Gary 2 clear of Brooks Koepka, who has a long birdie putt coming up at the 16th. And as we head to break, a reminder, our last commercial free the rest of the way. We're back. Koepka for birdie. Uninterrupted coverage of the U.S. Open Championship on Fox is presented by Rolex. We'll be taking you the rest of the way commercial free. Big putt here for Brooks.
28 feet, big right to left. He birdied this hole yesterday.
And a good run here today. Back at 15, Justin Rose.
From 128 on the upslope with a pitch and wedge.
Now our leader, Gary Woodland.
Exact same distance, 128 wedge, looking right down on top of this flagstick.
I'd be surprised if we didn't see a fade here like this, letting the wind help it. Get all the way to the shelf. Needs to go another foot.
Smart shot there from Woodland. Koepka did tap in for his par up ahead at 16.
17, Rory McIlroy for par. 2 over for this final round, 4 under for the championship. Came in off the win at the Canadian Open. Excited for the Open Championship coming up at Royal Portrush. Even if you're unable to make it out to Pebble Beach this week, you can still find a way to get in on the experience. Check out all the official U.S. Open gear right now by going to usgashop.com. Here's Graham McDowell. His third shot at 18. Made eagle here yesterday. Boy, he's played well this week. A guy who in the middle of last year was thinking about hanging it up, realized how much he loved it out here. U.S. Open champion in 2010 at Pebble Beach Golf Links, and a smile as he's handed his putter. Chez Reavie at 17.
This is a 3 hybrid for Chez. This hole playing 220, but into a cold, stiff breeze.
Beautiful shot to that Tom Watson, so to speak, hole location. Honoring what he did in '82. Reavie even for the day, 5 shots back. Koepka.
4-iron for Brooks. It's 211 to carry that front greenside bunker.
He just needs to hit this as high and as soft as he can.
Well, he did both of those, Paul.
What a good shot by both of those players. That flagstick looks like it's about laying in the ocean from that tee box. Very intimidating. 2 good shots.
Well, he was playing this Rose's third at the 15th.
Well, we've seen him in bunkers all week long, and that was as bad as it gets for where you want to be. That huge slope away from him. Couldn't have done any better.
Now Gary Woodland, this for a 3-shot lead.
Well, that would be a big ask here. This is not an easy putt. Downhill for the first 12 or 15 feet, then he catches a slope straight downhill the whole the last 4 or 5 feet. Just has to get it trickling over the ledge.
The 35-year-old playing in his 9th United States Open Championship, haunted here by this stat, 0 for 7 with 54-hole leads. Leader by 1 coming into today.
Well, you know, Shane, Paul said it. He said he's got to use that I think I can mentality, but he's got these mentors, Butch Harmon and Pete Cowan, have mentored a ton of major championship winners. Obviously Harmon with Tiger Woods and Greg Norman and Phil Mickelson, and his voice, Butch Harmon's voice, is in this guy's head right now. He's one of his big friends.
And just about gets it. Calmly rolls it in at 14, and nearly an unexpected one here at 15. One more look at that. How close to a 3-shot lead.
Yeah, Shane, and it races away a little bit here at the end, but what a good putt. He thought he had it.
You mentioned how many greenside bunkers Justin Rose has been in. That was the 17th of the week. That's the most of any player that made the cut. This for par.
Drops another one, Shane. One of the things Justin Rose did this year, he made a big, huge equipment change, changed his irons, and he's missed a lot of greens today this week.
Third bogey in 4 holes for Justin Rose. And his hopes of a second U.S. Open championship have all but ended. And now Woodland A tricky one here to save his par.
Solid as it can be right there, right up the hill. Didn't look like 3.5 feet. Felt like 10.5 feet for Woodland.
11 for 11 inside of 5 feet today for Gary Woodland.
Brooks Koepka up ahead at 17 for birdie.
He's walked around this twice now. It's about 28 feet straight, pretty much downhill. Downwind, about 1.5 foot of break to his left. Getting the ball to the hole won't be a problem. Nice chilly breeze out here right now, guys, on this peninsula.
This is the third hardest hole so far today. There have been only 8 birdies at 17.
The 17th hole has provided the most dramatic and most memorable shots here at Pebble Beach in U.S. Opens past. That's going to be a little knee knocker there for Koepka.
Back at the 16th, Gary Woodland.
No more than 250 down the hill. That's where it really starts to narrow up.
Curtis, I think the fact that he doesn't have to hit a driver these last 3 of the last 4 holes, obviously not 17, but he can hit the stinger right there like he did on 15, and he can do it on 18 if he's got a lead. That's going to help him.
Birdie putt for Graham McDowell at 18. What a thrill it would be as he finishes 3 under, tied for 16th in this championship. He's got his eyes. He's qualified for next month's British Open at Royal Portrush, and he can't wait. Reeve for birdie under the hole as well at 17.
He's reported himself pretty well. 1 bogey, 1 birdie today. A lot of pressure on him. Plus, he's playing with superstar Brooks Koepka at the same time. If he birdies the last hole, he'll post 8 under, alone in 3rd place.
Brooks for par. Koepka's through that tricky par 3 as he heads to the par 5 18th.
Well, he's got a decision to make here. This is one of the few holes, the 18th at Pebble Beach, that really affords you an option. It's just 2 back, and he'll know that standing on the tee.
Up at the green, Matt Kuchar for eagle here at 18. Made eagle here on Friday. He'll tap in for birdie. Just in case you're wondering, with Koepka about to tee it here at 18, there have been no eagles at 18 today. 6 for the week. This is Chesson Hadley for par at 18. Currently tied for 9th. And this would stamp his ticket if he can finish in the top 10 for Winged Foot a year from now. Way to go. Qualified in Columbus, Ohio on the 3rd of June. First time he's made the cut. 5 under, tied for 9th.
That's a big deal for Chesson Hadley to be able to stamp that ticket into Winged Foot, Joe. Might have to go through that 36 hole event.
I don't know, Woody, do you got it?
We had 53 yesterday.
We'll go back to 16.
15 minutes, play with 53 or 4 this week. I'd say exact same shot. Get the same win. Okay. You want to bring it down? Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
And off the left or where?
No, you touch off your right if anything. Yeah.
172 down the hill. Do not want to hit anywhere near 172. Bringing the back of this green and out of a very shallow sand-filled divot. Should not be an issue, but you say to yourself, why now? Put it back in your stance and just beat on it. Good contact, good looking shot.
Beautiful play by Woodland. He actually had a shot out of a divot on number 4 on Friday. Hit that same sort of shot, made a 3.
Here's Brooks Koepka at the tee at 18.
He can still reach with 3-wood off the tee, but he's got to put it in the fairway. And that is absolutely perfect.
Koepka has parred this 18th each of the first 3 rounds. He needs something better here today.
Back at the 16th in Rose.
That's from 169 down the hill.
Leaning right again. He's bogeyed 3 of his last 4 holes, but no. Good shot, but dangerously high here above this sloping green.
Fox Sports coverage of the 119th U.S. Open Championship is sponsored by Rolex, official timekeeper of the USGA and its championships. By Lexus, experience amazing. By IBM, let's put smart to work. And by American Express.
Woodland making his way up to the green here at the 16th. 16, 17, and 18. Obviously no piece of cake around Pebble Beach. He is now 10 for 10 this week, hitting the greens in regulation on these closing 3 holes.
There's no doubt that Gary Woodland knows right now exactly where he stands. There's leaderboards on 15. There's leaderboards on 16. He knows Koepka's ahead of him and playing 18 right now. And then a par finish can win him the U.S. Open unless Koepka makes an eagle on 18. What would be a very popular win, one of the most popular guys on the tour.
He was asked about that career 0 for 7 record after leading after 54 holes. He said, I've lost a lot when leading, even though you learn from it. You just want to win. He said, it's not something I'm proud of. I've learned it's not fun. And today it has been a different looking Gary Woodland. Rock solid with his approach shots, and he has knocked in clutch putt after clutch putt.
There's Louis Oosthuizen at the green at 18 for birdie.
And he laid it up in the rough and hit a great wedge shot here just past the hole. This will be pretty quick down the hill. Looking to finish with a birdie to shoot even for the day.
You know, he busted out of the blocks red hot. He gave himself a chance in this championship, but it got away from him on that difficult stretch 8 through 13.
One over for this round, 6 under for the week, back to 16.
And you know, Joe Buck mentioned it in the opening about Gary Woodland playing with Tiger Woods in the final round of the PGA of Bellerive in St. Louis last year. And that had to be invaluable experience to play with that pressure with the most popular player in the world. And he made that comment how important that top 10 finish was for him, first time in a major.
Well, you talked a moment ago about does he know exactly where he stands? He does. There's a huge scoreboard just off to his right. Up the hill. Pretty good swinger from right to left, but all about controlling the anxiety, the nerves, the concentration.
Well, that stayed in the map the whole time. Hard to hit it up that hill.
And just what he needed to do. Simple par at 16 for Woodland. 2 holes to go.
There's Louis Oosthuizen for par.
And just a little bit back uphill. Not much to this putt here. That first one just got away from him.
Third top 10 finish in a U.S. Open for Louis Oosthuizen. Tied for 7th, 6 under for the week with a 2010 Open champion. This for birdie for Rory McIlroy to get to 5 under. Made that double on 2. Made a double on 16. Basically those 2 holes ending any chance of some comeback victory here for the 2011 U.S. Open champion. From Northern Ireland, the site of the upcoming British Open in July. Brooks has been waiting in the fairway. Again, there have been no eagles today at 18.
Yeah, I like it. 15 is going to hurt. A little off the left. Yeah. Come on, see your shot.
After a 290-yard 3-wood, 216 front, 228 hole, this is Brooks's driving iron, 3-iron. Straight back into the breeze.
Just off the back and sitting up.
Oh, he knew it when he hit it. That was flushed.
Here it is again.
Just think about what must be going through his mind. You know, the opportunity to win 3 U.S. Opens in a row will likely never come around again for Brooks Koepka, but hit the shot of his life there. He just needed one less club.
Well, we'll see what he can do with that lie.
he flushed that 3-iron. I mean, that under those circumstances is just so impressive. And what must be running through his mind right now? He's got 2 more critical shots to hit. This is one of them.
Gary Woodland has made par at 17 and par at 18 each of the first 3 rounds.
Go, Gary! You got this, Gary, you got it! Close it out, Gary! Gary! Good job, buddy. Go, Gary! 200. Go, Gary! Go, Gary!
As big a shot and swing that this young man has ever had. 211 to carry the bunker on the left, 220 to the hole. 211 is all he's thinking about. 5-iron. Right side of the green.
That is not a good shot at all. And he's probably going to have to pitch that ball off the putting green. Maybe not. It rolled back a little bit. You can see that collar coming in on the right. All that moves to the left.
While Brooks Koepka thinks about his 3rd shot here at the par 5. Again, he is trying to become the first American to win 3 consecutive U.S. Open titles. The 2nd player to win the U.S. Open 3 straight years, and the first in 114 years. Willie Anderson completed that in 1905. One other note before the shot. Koepka will be the first player in U.S. Open history with 5 straight rounds in the 60s. Shot 68 in the final round last year to win by 1 at Shinnecock Hills. And it'll be all 4 rounds here at Pebble Beach this year. But will it be enough?
Joe, the lie's not too bad. It's a little sticky. It's only in about 1.5 inches of grass, but there's a little clump right behind it. I think he's just going to kind of play it like he's played a lot of the chips today. Just pitch it about 4 or 5 feet on the green and let it just tumble out. It is downhill. He's got to be careful of that leading edge grabbing a little too much.
Just got to make good contact, Steve.
Yeah, it's just one of those sticky little lies, Paul.
Stubbed it. Absolutely stubbed it. It's going to run out, and he's got to look. Bet that grass stains high on the face on that one. Came out dead. Oh yeah, no doubt he caught that high. So severely downhill, and as Steve Flesh said, that was a sticky lie.
Well, obviously a big putt upcoming for Brooks Koepka with what happened off the tee at 17 with Gary Woodland. Far right side of this hourglass green here at 17.
He's got the wedge out.
He has two options here. He could take a putter, skirt the right edge of the rough, let it break to the left 10 to 12 feet below the hole and take his chances for there. Or he can take the 64, which he does carry, 64-degree lob wedge, and flip it over.
Curtis, I'd pitch this ball off that green 100 times out of 100. I don't know about you.
Oh, I think that's the proper play what he's doing, but I'm just saying there would be another option. This has to be perfectly played. We saw Mickelson do this on Friday.
Well, the last time that Woodland had a really tight lie, I think, was over there on number 6, and he caught it thin. This one here is, you can't be quick stroking this one. It's kind of a big backswing, short follow through. Try to get that ball up over that ridge he's just on top of now. But as you said, go ahead.
It's Paul. It's one of those things that if he hits it a little short, it catches the downslope and will chase. If he carries it up over in the flat, he'll put spin on it. So I don't think it has to be hit perfectly.
Well, if he takes a divot, it's going to probably go long. If he clips it with no divot whatsoever, he'll put some spin on it. And he's got a chance to get this close. But boy, under these circumstances, whew, glad it's him, not me. Sounded great. Oh, look at this shot.
Zing, we talked about off the tee how that was maybe the biggest swinging shot of his life. That might have been the best executed shot of his life.
Well, I think that trumps the 3-wood on 14, actually. As things have heated up, Woodland's gotten better.
Koepka with a birdie putt upcoming here at 18.
Yeah, I like a little outside of it. Okay, just on the pace, probably, yeah. I mean, it's pretty quick, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, just like side on the pace, yeah.
Been decisive all day on these putts. One more good one.
Koepka with a round of 68. Walks away with par at 18.
Oh, he flushed the 3-wood and absolutely melted the 3-iron. Good looking putt there, just ran out of speed. Goodness. What a defense of his U.S. Open. Boy, sucking in some oxygen as he watched Brooks Koepka down the 18th fairway, missed that putt.
Here's Rose for par at 17. Three over for this final round, sitting at 7 under, 5 back.
Well, we said at the opening that Rose needed to hit the ball better today to have any chance. He was close to the very bottom in greens in regulation to start, and he's going to remain there. It just didn't happen for Justin Rose.
for par.
Well done, Duke.
Gary Woodland will step to the tee at 18, the par 5, leading by 2. Grew up playing baseball, basketball. Talked a lot about playing higher adrenaline sports and how it took him some time to really control his emotions when things got tight. Boy, has he controlled his emotions as things have gotten tight here at Pebble Beach.
Well, he's been phenomenal so far today. Knowing that he's got a 2-shot lead, he can hit iron off this tee, and I think he should. I think he will. Hit that same tee shot he hit on number 6 today.
Paul, I don't think there's any question about that. I think the question is, what iron is it? It could be anything from a 5-iron. He could hit 6-iron. More than likely, it's going to be 4 or 5-iron.
You won't line it up the way it is today. Get more.
Beautifully played.
All he needed. Justin Rose.
Softly. Get him, Jim. Softly.
Tell you what, after that big hook that Gary Woodland hit on 9, he followed that up with 3 shots to the right. And then he just pulled it all together. The shot on 17, Joe, is the reason that he has this 2-shot lead. It took a lot of heart and a great touch to measure that up just perfectly and clip that ball. No divot whatsoever.
Sweep the leg, Gary!
And watch it check right there. He'll remember that the rest of his life if he wins this championship.
So will the rest of us.
It's the bottom of the club hitting and just kind of scratching the grass there a little bit. Under the circumstances, that takes a steady nerve. I noticed on 16 when he was marking his ball and putting his hand down that his fingers were steady.
How about this? Justin Rose, his fellow competitor. These two first met in 2008. They share an agent. They are very good friends. They got to play and walk together yesterday. They get to play and walk together today. And Justin Rose with that fist bump for his buddy. What a round, what a week for the great Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, no kidding, and that's an adjective that we can use on him. For a while, he finished runner-up to Tiger Woods at the Masters, won the PGA, and he's going to get another runner-up finish, it looks like, unless something terrible happens.
By the way, the last player to finish either first or second in each of the season's first 3 majors, Tiger Woods back in 2005. Tied for second at the Masters, won the PGA Championship, and is sitting in second all alone, 2 shots behind that man, Gary Woodland. And now welcome in on this Father's Day to our broadcast booth. I'm Joe Buck, and so pleased and honored to be sitting next to Paul Azinger. This has been something to watch, and it has been just a brilliant effort. Somebody who's never been in this position before in Gary Woodland, just seizing this opportunity and just showed no cracks in his game here today.
You know what impresses me is how all these players with a chance came out of the gates today. They came out of the blocks flying, and those holes, the first 7 holes, they know they've got to get them, and several players made their move. The real heart of the course, 8 through 13, punched a lot of those guys in the gut and ended their chances, but Woodland steadied himself through all that pressure. It's a long walk out there, Curtis, and there's a million things that go through your mind.
Yes, there is. But at this point, you better be thinking at the most important shot, and that's the next one. He has 280 or so to the hole. That's irrelevant. He's just laying up 160, 70, 80, whatever he chooses.
Well, the best players have this great ability to see what they want, not what they're afraid might happen.
Another well-played layup.
That's tight in there, Curtis, and couldn't have done much better. He could have been a little closer. That can't be much more than a wedge, maybe some kind of little 9-iron.
More importantly, he's in the fairway with no trouble ahead of him.
You know, the mental capacity required to be able to do this, what Gary Woodland's done today, especially having gone 0 for 7 in the final group. As 54-hole leader.
Well, I just marveled at his. He's been relentless in his work ethic over the years. He realized that his short game wasn't up to par or standard to compete, and he's worked on it, and it's been a great week for him. Now Justin Rose out of a fluffy lie here.
You know, Curtis, just because you can get every stat known to man doesn't make them all important. And the one stat, the glaring stat coming into this Sunday, was that Gary Woodland was 169th in scrambling, but first this week. And that's all that matters. What did you do that week? I was first in scrambling. And that's the reason he's 2 shots clear.
Well, I think we get so caught up in stats sometimes, and it tells the story, but to come through here for 4 days and to be part of the conversation for the last 3 and to play as solidly as he has and recovered as well. He hit some wayward shots today midway, tee shots, recovered every time, and it shows some strength. It shows a lot of talent, and good for him. This will change his life overnight.
It's a family affair for the Woodlands. His parents, Linda and Dan. He calls his wife, Gabby. Gary does, his rock. Their young son, Jackson.
Even if you get it there. 48, you just had. Yeah, okay. Like that? Are you just going to hit a little holder? Yeah, that's fine. 48. It's on right. It is right now, yeah. Should not be. Should be straight into you. That smoke right there, you can see, is just a touch off your right. Yeah. 48, you're going to play just over 65? Yeah. Just over 60? Yeah. Split the tower and the pin? Yeah.
Well, you heard the whole story. 148, wind off the right. Somewhere a little bit beyond and to the right of the hole.
This is when you break out your anti-left swing, Curtis.
safely on in 3. To win on this Father's Day. Joel Klatt went through it earlier. Gary and his wife, Gabby, suffered through a miscarriage. Their son Jackson born prematurely. It was not easy at the start of Jackson's life. He's doing well, and Gabby is pregnant with twin girls. Justin Rose has been the best player on the back nine all week, not today.
Rose putted the first 3 rounds. I think a lot of people thought that he was going to be tough to beat today. He just needed to hit it better, Joe, and he wasn't able to pull that together.
Talk this week about the work he's done with Pete Cowan, especially on the short game. How proud must Pete Cowan be of what Gary Woodland pulled off back at the 17th?
No kidding. I mean, he was incapable of that. Not necessarily that particular shot, but just this kind of touch. And, you know, we only have 2 or 3 techniques. Really, if you have 4 techniques, you've got more than most, but you've got hundreds of shots with each technique, and whether he learned a new way to do it or not, I don't know, but well, what a turnaround. And this is just proof that you have to have short game to play at the highest level. We all think it's that driver going 320 yards in the air. That's nice. What he's done today is proven that when the pressure's on and the nerves are jangling and rattling, he can still have that touch. Just was a mental giant today, and that's what it takes.
His first 27 starts in a major, no top 10s. Coming in his last 3, 2 top 10s at the last 2 PGA championships, including a tie for 8. The 2019 PGA at Bethpage Black.
You know, we all work hard on the physical, but I think the best players, they take it to another level mentally, whether they're the most visual or the most positive in their thoughts. But Gary Woodland today, he really, for the most part, only saw what he wanted to have happen. There's his good friends behind the green, waiting for Gary Woodland to try to finish this off.
Major champion Gary Woodland has won the U.S. Open. Gary Woodland is the 119th U.S. Open champion. And that partnership with Brennan Little, who was on Mike Weir's bag when he won the Masters. Those two this week have put together 68, 65, 69, 69, 13 under for this U.S. Open. Justin Rose for birdie. Can't get the birdie to go. This for par. And then the celebration will officially be on for Gary Woodland.
This is going to be a really popular win. Everybody loves Gary Woodland. He's got a heart of gold. He deserves it. He went through a lot this week, Joe. Pressure, the lead.
Rose ties for third. And Gary Woodland, 13 under par. One better than Tiger in 2000 when he ran away with it 12 under. The conditions for the most part benign in what has been a spectacular championship here in 2019.
Well, it sure has. And this Gary Woodland is some athlete. The most impressive thing today was his touch.
Heads up, guys. Come on. Watch out.
Not one three-putt all week, Joe.
Congrats, Gary. Make sure I get on back into the Gary. Get out of the way.
Gary Woodland is the 6th player, age 35 or older, over the last 40 years to earn his first major win at a U.S. Open. 35 years old, ranked 25th in the world. And a win by 3 over Brooks Koepka. Just beautiful. Take a look at how it all shakes out here at Pebble Beach Golf Links, the 119th U.S. Open Championship. Gary Woodland is the champion by 3 over Brooks Koepka, who finishes runner-up. And with that, let's go down to Joel Klatt.
All right, thanks, Joe. Here with Brooks. Brooks, you came out gangbusters, man. All cylinders firing in those first 5 holes. You're 4 under. Did you have a number in mind? And if so, what was it?
I didn't have a number in mind. I was just trying to shoot as low as possible. It was nice to get off to such a good start. I felt like, all right, man, we got a ball game now, and it was fun, and it was some excitement around the golf course, and that's what you want. And Gary, he played a hell of a round today. Props to him for the way he hung in there, and to go out in style like that is pretty cool.
Take us back to the 18th fairway. You have that second. What'd you have in? You knew right away that you maybe got a little too much. You said sit down.
Yeah, it was kind of an awkward number. 3-iron was a little bit too much, and 4 wasn't going to get there. So I tried to hoist the 3-iron up in the air and let it kind of hit the wind, and it didn't. It came out pretty low, but it's one of those things you gotta try to make the shot and pull it off, and I didn't do that. Just trickled over the green, but I thought that putt on 18 was in too.
Yeah, just skirting that right side. You've been on a historic stretch of golf. You've been playing some of the best golf that we've seen in a really long time. Did at any point during today's round that history creep up on you? Did you acknowledge it at all, what you were trying to accomplish today?
I think when I was done on 18, you kind of realize, wow, I was just that close to accomplishing something that hasn't been done in over 110 years.
Yeah.
And that's special. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it done, but I don't think anybody in the world played as good as Gary did this weekend. So it was cool to see. Happy for him.
Well, heck of a week. Going for 3 in a row. You shoot 4 rounds in the 60s. No player, Joe, has ever shot 4 rounds in the 60s and not hosted the championship trophy at the end. I know that's no consolation, Brooks, but we appreciate you joining us. Very classy of you.
Appreciate
Joe.
it.
Yeah, a good man. Brooks Koepka, a great champion, but this week belongs to Gary Woodland. Best finishes by defending back-to-back champions. What a finish by Brooks Koepka. Of course, Willie Anderson won in 1905. You see Ben Hogan. He finished 3rd in 1952. And nice of Brooks to stop by with Joel Klatt. We'll come back with the trophy presentation and the ceremony at the 18th green, where moments ago, Gary Woodland won the U.S. Open. And on this Father's Day, 2019, the 35-year-old Gary Woodland is a major champion. We will continue on, and when we come back, we will have our trophy presentation at the 18th green after Gary Woodland wins this U.S. Open Championship by 3 over Brooks Koepka, Justin Rose, Ches Reavie, Jon Rahm, Xander Schauffele. Behind at 7 under par. There's Rory McIlroy, who finished 1 over today, 5 under for the championship. Jason Day got out to a hot start, ended up shooting 2 under par and 2 under par for the week. Tiger Woods finished strong, 2 under for this 119th U.S. Open Championship. As you look at the other names, now we go down to the 18th green. Here's Mike Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me and look to the skies above Pebble Beach as we experience a salute to service in the form of a flyover by two F-18s from the bounty hunters of Strike Fighter Squadron 2. Please now welcome the 119th United States Open champion, Gary Woodland. $9,215 players tried to qualify for this championship. 15 amateurs made the field. With a score of 280, the silver medal for low amateur goes to last year's U.S. amateur champion, Victor Hovland of Norway. With a score of 271, the Jack Nicklaus Gold Medal for the winner of the 119th U.S. Open goes to Gary Woodland of Topeka, Kansas. We're now thrilled to present the historic U.S. Open trophy given to every player who's won this championship since 1895.
Gary Woodland, he's your 2019 U.S. Open champion. How does that sound?
That sounds really, really good. I like that.
Let's go back on the golf course just for a minute. You started off so well, and then you struggled in the middle of the round. What happened?
Yeah, just swing got a little off. The drive on 14 was huge. I slipped a little bit, kind of realized my footwork got off a little bit, so I kind of refocused a little bit. Hit a great shot there on the second shot on 14. You know, the idea was to play to win. It was pretty easy. I could have laid up there, but we decided to hit 3-wood. Caddy gave me a lot of confidence there when he told me to go ahead and hit the 3-wood. Hit a great shot in there, and that birdie kind of separated me a little bit.
Tell me about the pitch off the green at 17, maybe the shot of the week.
I actually had that shot earlier this week. It's the second time I got it up and down, but you know, I was just trying to get it over that hump there. I was going to try to take 4 if I had to, just trying to eliminate the big number, and it came off perfectly. I thought I had a pretty good chance to go in, but it's not one I want over.
The putt at 18, after it goes in, do you ever allow yourself to dream this big?
No, I didn't. And, you know, it was special. I never let myself get ahead, and I never really thought the tournament was over. So once that went in, it all kind of came out of me. It was special, you know, to finish it off here at Pebble Beach.
It is special. Congratulations. Enjoy.
A look into that face as he takes it all in at the green here at 18.
Thank you again for your attendance.
This is the 6th time Pebble Beach has been the host for the U.S. Open Championship, and where there have been some memorable weeks out here at Pebble Beach. Look at that smile. And we'll revisit some earlier action from this U.S. Open Championship. It's presented by Rolex.
Well, it was never going to be easy for Gary Woodland. He had the number 1 player in the world, the number 3 player in the world, and the number 4 player in the world right on his heels today.
That's him at 4. His second shot put it close, made birdie. Now, here's our champion, Gary Woodland, after Koepka did that at 4. Woodland is playing behind him at 3. His second shot, brilliant.
One of the most impressive things is the way he came out of the gate. He had to sleep on that lead, and we all know, all of us that have played this game know that one night's sleep can change everything. But today, Koepka Woodland kept himself composed, as did Koepka. He really put the squeeze on his good friend Gary Woodland.
That for birdie at the 5th. His 3rd straight birdie. Could not have started any better. Now at 14. How about this second shot?
This was a courageous shot. I thought it might be the shot of the tournament. And it may have been, because as he said, this gave me a little cushion. He was able to hit irons the rest of the way in off the tee.
Able to get that up and down, made birdie at the par 5. Here he is at 17.
And I think this ended up really being the shot of the tournament. Anything could have happened here. He kicked it in there, gimme. To go to that 18th tee with a 2-shot lead was huge, Joe.
And now, why not finish it off in style to get to 13 under for the week for birdie at the par 5. Exclamation point at the end of the week at Pebble Beach. His parents proud of their 35-year-old son. The U.S. Open has been held here at Pebble Beach in 72, 82, 92, 2000, 2010, now 2019. And that sweet moment for Gary Woodland hoisting the trophy